What is it? January 1st, 10:06. 2026. Mm-hmm. 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 Have any good jokes? No. You should have brought your notepad. You have a notepad you were thinking of bringing. You didn't bring that. Because here's the thing. I had this idea where, like, when I feel good, I have good ideas. And when I have bad ideas, and when I feel bad, I have bad ideas. And I had, like, I was in a good mood. So I was like, I'll write down the good ideas. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. That wasn't the joke. That was the notepad, because I had two things I wrote down. What did I write down? Oh, shit. What was it? Oh, it's a gun joke. It's an MP5 gun joke. So, what is it called? I had to Google what the name of the trigger is called. It's called a something trigger. It's an MP5 that legally is it's automatic, but it's not technically automatic. And then the premise of the joke is compare it to microaggressions and call the gun community those people. It's basically, I'm calling them like they get offended if you're like, that's an automatic weapon. No, I'd have to know the trigger thing. It's a forced reset trigger. What is it called? And then you're gonna call them those people, and they get offended. They get uppity. I don't know. That's the premise of the joke. It amused me. I was amused. First day of 2026. When do people take down Christmas lights and stuff? You saw a pumpkin after Christmas, so I think people just sort of, it's based on their laziness levels. They're selling chocolates at Walmart, right? I think so. When is that day? The heart day. What else? Can you have two YouTube accounts? Can you have a YouTube account open on two computers? Because you're uploading on that other computer now. Because I need to find like a hard drive that I can move that stuff. Yeah, well. And then you have to solidify the fucking, if you're gonna be serious about that, you're gonna have to like solidify your security and stuff a little better. Nope. 47. T-shirt, 2 sweaters. Sweat. Pajamas, underpants. You don't need gloves, but you have gloves. Oh, you brought your second phone in case you want to do like a little 30-second thing? I don't know. You had to plug it in. It plugged up to 30% in like under 30 minutes probably. Wait, how long was that plugged in? That's the one that comes off the fucking phone. The charger will come off the fucking phone if you're not. You have to be very careful with it. It's it's very prissy. Oh, you have that idea of like trying to figure out how much research could you do on what was that fucking t-shirt company? You think they have pictures of that shit? Yeah, like you and I. You spent like 10-20 minutes thinking about this because it was like, like the whole well, whatever year TJ's went out of business. You didn't give a shit. You were a kid, but you know, I guess they lied to all those people. So it was like 100, 500. How big was it? Was it like 1 in 10 shirts made in America from here, or was it like 1 in 100? It's just like cheap T-shirts, right? Like the mass-produced. They send them all to Asia or Mexico. Oh wow, you were distracted there for a second. Yeah, probably. What else? Oh, you can do you need the notepad for that one too. What is the difference between? Are you tired of lame liberals blaming gun violence on the gun companies? And then Yeah, I don't think it works. You actually have to do that one to pull it off. Did you ever do you didn't upload that Ernest joke. The Ernest joke was, it's a better, you should redo it and do it a little better. And your floor was dirty, remember that? You had to vacuum that. Premise of joke, Ernest, America needs to make a bunch of Ernest movies using CGI and GPUs. And then they make like 100 of them. And then you got ChatGPT to tell you 125. It was like Ernest becomes, it was just just enter in 25 Ernest movies. It'll give you 25 random made up movies. Jim Varney. Is the mind? Okay, so there was this one thing I was thinking of, like, when you're in high school, I remember a couple things. There's what you get taught, but then there's also this stuff like you're not allowed to be taught something. Like I was in an AP class, and they had like, oh, this book gets banned in the South because there was this one guy, I think his name was Kennedy, and they'd be like, they banned this in certain states. You know, ooh, taboo. It's a AP history book that's banned. You know, like taboo. There was this other one I remember. There was oh, and then this one person was like, oh, there's the Turner thesis, but it wasn't in the book, but it was like it's not the Turner Diaries, it's the Turner thesis, which is America needs a frontier, otherwise people start eating themselves. I think that's a history thesis, right? Like, so you always have to have a frontier for people to put their energies into, otherwise people will start like murdering each other and stealing stuff. The actual Turner thesis is that if you were a disgruntled city person, they like go out west and get a what is that, where they give the free land away? What was that free land shit? So it's like a stress relief on the society is the thesis. Oh, and then that relates to like Elon Musk saying, we're not going to Mars. There's no frontier. So then you're like, there's gonna be a bunch of crime. People are gonna start killing each other. Because, there's no frontier. With a frontier, people have hope. Without a frontier, everybody's trying to fucking cut everybody's throat. I think that's the thesis in a nutshell. I might be simplifying it. I don't know. Oh, and then the other one was there was the what did you learn about the prisoner's dilemma in high school, or did you learn about what's the other one? It's not Occam's razor. It's what's the religious one? I forgot what's the religious one called. It's similar to the prisoner's dilemma. It's a 4-box system. Pascal's wager. You should do a Pascal's wager joke. That's a good 1-minute joke. You can turn it into 2 minutes. It's Pascal's wager. How do you know that God wants you to make rational decisions? What if he's not chasing rational actors? What if he's chasing irrational actors? Also, in game theory, if you know you're playing a certain game, sometimes it's important to not play that game just to try and figure out what the rules actually are, because, you don't want to be playing someone else's game, right? When a person does not play by the rules, that's called antisocial behavior. So if you're not playing by the rules and you're trying to figure out what the game actually is, you're antisocial. Is that true? Somewhat. What about Madman Nixon? Nixon went around acting like a madman. Doesn't Trump do the madman Trump trick? It's a trick. It's an acting crazy trick. So where does Madman Nixon and Pascal's wager intersect? Why don't you just wear, is there a Pascal's wager mixed with like wearing a mask for the vax joke? Could you do a joke about like, hey look, just wear the mask, man. Like if you're wrong, you lose a little bit, okay? It's called the mask wager. I don't know. You're being an asshole there, man. He'll just put the chip in your hand. Put the chip in your hand. Okay. Now here's a more elegant solution. I think I saw something where they had like the people who were like, I refuse to get vaccinated. They kicked some people out of the military. They kicked some of them were like moderately important people, right? Or what you do if you were a smart leader, you group all those people together and you're like, hey, you guys don't believe it, we're gonna let you stay together. And then you kind of get it so that one of them gets COVID, and then, right? Would that be Machiavellian, or would that be, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that much about COVID, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Because I mean, it wasn't like, they aren't medical experts, these people who are not taking it. It was just a flex. It was a flex, right? It was like a cocky feather thing, right? I'm not a fucking medical expert. I can't tell you anything legitimately about that stuff. I'm only interested in narrative. Fauci's wager. Whatever. I don't think God would be happy if you made it to heaven and you're like, I didn't really believe in any of this stuff. I just did the Pascal's wager thing. I think he'd call that a bad attitude. I think you're still going to hell for that one. just an observation, I guess. I don't know. Fauci's wager. Just wear the mask, man. I mean, what do you have to pay? You have to put like it's inconvenient. It steams up if you're wearing glasses, it would always steam up your face, right? Were you wearing glasses? I remember steam being involved at some point when I was wearing those masks. I don't remember. Where did that come from? Oh yeah, because or you might be getting be getting another memory mixed up. You used to have to wear those safety glasses, and then the safety glasses plus the mask would steam up the safety glasses. So you didn't like wearing it, but not because I gave a shit about COVID. I just didn't like getting steam in my glasses because I couldn't see. Fauci's wager, Pascal's wager. What do you lose? You only have to wear a stupid mask. You know, it's not that big of a deal. Interesting. Very nice. There's a connection between those two. A deep and meaningful connection between Fauci's wager and Pascal's wager. So also, yeah, when you were meditating, you were thinking in your head. So God is harvesting. He's harvesting loyal slaves. He wants loyal people who do as they're told. How do you know that that's what God's actually after? How do you know that? You don't know that. Why would you glorify mindless obedience? I mean, you don't know what God's after. How dare you act like you know what the mind of God thinks? It's very hybridic of you. He's talking to people who glorify the Pascal wager thesis. That one guy said you had like a religious zeal to. He didn't say zeal. What did he say? The one guy was like, I too have someone in my family who is a religious speaker. I have no religious background in terms of speaking. So was he? Because people will speak at you. They won't say it to you, but they'll say it in a way that you're pretty sure they're saying it at you. Not a fucking religious speaker, but interesting. Public speaking is a made-up skill. It's where you act really, really fucking confident, even though objectively you're lying your fucking face off. Like, I haven't done that much research on Pascal's wager. I read the Wikipedia article once, and I heard someone else speak about it, but I'm talking about it way more assuredly than I probably should. I didn't spend like 100 hours reading about Pascal's wager, like 30 minutes, 10 minutes. But I'm going to talk about it as if I have confidence in what the fuck I'm talking about. Even though I probably shouldn't. I don't actually know it that well. You're good at talking. You're good at lying. You can lie with a straight face. You're very good at that. Good job, buddy. It's similar to the prisoner's dilemma, isn't it? It's a 4-box system. Oh, you're ranting to yourself. You've done this 1,000. Pantheism and deism. You will always find. You want to do the one about the sacred, the profane, and the mundane? That could be a good 2-minute joke. The sacred, you need to get a chart. You need to be like Glenn Beck and get a fucking big blackboard and then start drawing stuff on a blackboard. I have a whiteboard. You want to do a Glenn Beck impression with a whiteboard and then draw arrows and stuff? Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be really fun. I need to find a place to put that whiteboard up. Shit, where can I put that whiteboard? And then you could dress. You get a tweed sweater, tweed suit. With the elbow patches. You need a chalkboard. And dusters. And you could hit the dusters together. That's why you're not a good person, because you take all these things. People who are teachers go to class for 4 years plus another 2 years, right? And you're just gonna put the fucking tweed sweater on and act like you know what the fuck you're talking. That's why you're the bad guy of the story here. Hey, it's not that hard to be a teacher. You just have to get a jacket with some patches on the end, and then some chalk and a black. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. Turner thesis, not to be confused with the Turner diaries, which are something I learned about on the History Channel when I was in, because they would talk about, hey, there's these Turner diaries. They was on the History Channel, right? Like, are you a up and coming young whippersnapper of the right wing persuasion? Do you wanna rob? Do they rob banks? I've never read them. What do? They have fun, is what they do. A fun little. I don't know what they did. I think they robbed banks, right? Timothy McVeigh's. It was like a Timothy McVeigh book, right? He had a queen-looking face. Good fella. He says sarcastically. I guess the 90s were dirtier than you, because you were young. You just didn't pay attention to the 90s. They had Waco and they had Timothy McVeigh. What was that, like 100 killed, 200 killed? That was a big deal. I mean, you were a kid, so you didn't pay that close of attention to it. It was like 100. He blew up a whole fucking building. What a kid with what moxie, what balls. Was it like 100 or 200? It was a whole, like, was it a federal building? Was it an FBI building? What the fuck was that? It's a big building. I think he used like a U-Haul. He had a whole fucking U-Haul loaded to the gills with like 3, 4, 5K worth of fun. What an asshole. You shouldn't talk about that so gleefully. But I watched a YouTube video on it like probably 6 months ago. I need to find, like, is there a way that you can look at every YouTube video you watched? They probably should keep up with that. It's like in the old days they kept up with what books you read. Now they keep up with like what YouTube videos you watch. I watched like a 30-minute thing about Timothy McVeigh because I knew nothing about it. And he rented a U-Haul and he put like 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of stuff in it, and then that's what I remember from it. I don't remember the rest. He had a clean cut. He had a clean cut. Like a buzz cut. He was a Ranger, I think, right? Or did he go to Rangers? I don't know. That's good fella. I mean, if you're gonna be a Nazi and a person who, if you're gonna say you believe in something, you should do something about it, right? You know, that's the problem with this world. I myself am a nihilist. I don't believe in anything, which, you know, leaves me in a pickle because I'm secretly jealous of Timothy McVeigh and the 19 terrorists of 9/11. I'm jealous of their narratives. They have such nice narratives. They give a nice. There is no hope, though. The world is just a repeating story. There are no new stories. There needs to be is there a nihilistic terrorist organization that can blow something up? If only all the Jews were gone, everything would be... Nah, the world would still suck if all the Jews were dead. I'll tell you, spoiler, the Jews suck, but they're not the cause of all the problems. They suck. They 100% suck, but yeah, the world still would suck if all the Jews were gone, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, okay, you could make an argument that the federal government got too big. Some people say that. Was he one of those people, like the federal government got too big? He probably was that guy. You can blame FDR for that. You think the federal government's ever going to get smaller, like really smaller? Like, are they going to get rid of Social Security? What do you think? What do you think's going to happen on that one? I really don't know. How do you like that? How did you like that JFK, the granddaughter joke? I like that one because it's the granddaughter of JFK, assassinated by Trump using cancer. There is no such thing as cancer. Cancer is always a poison that the elites give to somebody to get rid of them. Every person you've ever met who's died of cancer, they were assassinated. It's a secret. Don't go telling. It's very similar to how Putin poisoned that one guy in London with an umbrella. Interesting. I think that's... Hey, look. Here's the thing you got to remember. Do you remember like 10 years ago when they had conspiracy theories and they were crazy? And no one said shut the fuck up then, so why are you going to tell me to shut the fuck up when you didn't say 10 years ago they had fucking insane conspiracy theories? You're going to reap what you sow, buddies. I'm just going to make up shit too. It's not hard. It's easy as fuck. You're not supposed to fight fire with fire. But it's so addicting. Why is fighting fire with fire so enjoyable? Because you secretly just like using fire, I think. It's like it's similar to the Israel-Palestine problem. I think they both really just enjoy looking for the other person to make a mistake so they can be like, yeah, let's get the fire out. Because, they want to... They're each looking for an excuse to have some fun. Is that your thesis on Palestine and Israel now? Yeah. That guy looked at me funny. Let's launch some rockets. Hey, that guy looked at me funny. Let's bomb some Hamas people. So it's all trivial. People just enjoy launching rockets and bombing Hamas buildings and stuff. I think is that your thesis? Yes. Probably is true. It might actually be true. It is pretty enjoyable. Does that tie to the Turner thesis in any way? Because you have because humans are by their nature weren't they predatory animals that hunted other animals? And it's built into their DNA. You can be a predator, just don't be they call it, you're thinking what, child predators? Is that? I don't know, that's a good question, because he was going to compare that to... Because when you hear the word predator, normally you think of like child predators. But what about like adult predators? I don't know, you got me on that one. So it's like the lowest tier of predator is a child predator. Is that true? That probably is true. There's tons of predators, but the child predators, they're the worst. Not because they're predators, but because they're the lowest predator on the predator tier list. Interesting thesis. Because, you know, society's not against predators. There's predators everywhere. I mean, interesting. So if you're going to be a predator, be a higher tier predator. Interesting. Huh. So it's a totem. It's called a totem pole. You couldn't remember that. A totem pole is that Indian thing where they put heads on top of each other or something. They aren't real heads. They're like Indian. They're carved heads, right? So you take the carved heads, totem pole. So on the totem pole. In terms of predators, the child predator is the lowest tier on the totem pole of predators. It's like a candy. You could do a candy joke. I don't know. They're pretty easy to trick. Nice. You want some candy? But see, the problem with the child predator is if you expand it and you look at things like politics, government, all things, business, they're using the same tactics of candy in a van. But I mean, it's different, right? No, it's very similar actually. It's candy in a van, and they don't call it candy in a van. They call it bread in circuses. They call it, I don't know. Could be. That's a good analogy. I think you're overdressed. You want to take a sweater off? You're gonna have to take the sweater off, I think. Hopefully it gets colder. It needs to get colder. What else is there? There's hey, get a board. You have the whiteboard. You have to show your face for that. You have to get your face pretty face. You could just do it with a sheet of paper. Sheets of paper. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Oh, and then you have that other thesis. I'm not going to explain that right now. That might have been insightful, actually. You could actually find insight off that if you were smart. But I'm not smart, so I'm not going to find insight off that. So on that other computer, you have a 12 gig and a 8 gig video. So it's like 20 gigs. That's going to take 12 hours. How long do you think it takes to do 20 gigs? 2 gigs an hour? 10 hours? Overnight. It'll work overnight then. So the rule then is it's the remember that SVU joke from 4Jan? It's like you can be a predator, but only after they become it's the 17 years 358 days. How many days are in a year? It's not funny. So they create a magic number. I mean, he's comparing it to like just the predatorialness of life, like not. The predatorial fast food business industry. Oh, you had that joke about like Burger King and McDonald's, and how like if you confuse a Big Mac and a Whopper, they're completely fucking different. You know, it's like completely. What is that word? It'd be like blasphemous, or you know, how dare you compare a Big Mac to a Whopper, or McDonald's to Burger King? They're completely and utterly different creatures. They have nothing in common. And then you do it like deadpan and serious. That's a good one. The key to capitalism is individuation. On one hand, they're both places that just make hamburgers and fries. On the other hand, they will fucking try and kill you if you say they're the exact same fucking thing. They have like lawyers probably. You are not allowed to say McDonald's and Burger King are the exact fucking same thing. I mean, they're different, right? Like the Big Mac has like a piece of bread in the middle, and then the Whopper doesn't, and then the Big Mac has like sauce, a special sauce on it. Completely fucking different. You should have only worn one sweater. Maybe the underwear, the underpants underwear, because it keeps the sweat. As soon as you start sweating, it gets wet. And the leg muscle is one of the biggest human muscles. Oh, you had like a Mars Hill joke? Or was it? Oh, you went to Mars Hill for a summer camp one year, and you go to then you went to the Y the next year, and you'd always fight with that one kid. That's all you do. You'd fight with him. What was that about? And you were thinking like, what the fuck was the story of that? Just fighting somebody constantly? I don't know what the fuck that was about. Interesting. There was no insight on that. That was just a memory, I think. That was really neat. It was like off of Cox Creek or something like that. You could probably find that house. I don't really. It's not that. It wasn't that amazing of a pool. I mean, it's a pool. You think your mom lied to you? Why'd you only go there 1 year? Did they kick you out and you didn't even know you got kicked out? That'd be interesting if that's what happened. That could be what happened. You are insulated from reality. No fighting. Too fighty. Too combative. Probably true. Remember there was that one guy, and he was like trying to read the Hobbit books to those people. Oh yeah, you were like a terrible kid back then. You have no attention span. This was before the Hobbit was cool. Okay, the Hobbit movies didn't come out until what, 2001, 2? This would have been 98, 99, somewhere before that, like 98, 97, 96, somewhere between 95 and 2000. I almost feel bad for that guy. You were a little shit stain, weren't you? Oh, you had some joke about touring the dam? You were like, you were doing some joke about how they used to send missionaries to China, the Jesuits and stuff, and then you're like, you know, because one thesis is they were just spies, right? You know, what if the Chinese communists sent a bunch of like missionaries to America? They're like, we've got to read the book, and they're like, we would like to see the TVA Dam. We would like tour of TVA Dam. We are missionaries from China. So the Jesuit missionaries were like spying on the Chinese, figuring out the lay of the land. Do you think Americans are gonna have to send do Americans send as many students to China? Because China sends a ton of students to America. Like, don't they send? They probably send for every college. There's probably like 50, 20, somewhere between 20 and 50 and 100 Chinese students. They're really here just to spy, probably. America needs to send more Americans to China to spy, because they don't have missionaries over there anymore, right? How good of a on the ground imprint does America have of Chinese stuff? Because they used to have. Well, that would have been before America. That would have been the imperialists. Oh, you were doing that whole joke about like slavery and how like it was like a joke about how, you know, if you have like the African American section of a college, they never really got down into the weeds. They would just do like, they used coercion, but they never actually like went into the exact coercions that were used, because, you know, running a plantation would be actually a lot of work, you know, and I would actually like to know exactly what they did. Because, you know, so the premise of the joke is you want a fine-tooth comb of exactly how they played everybody off of everybody. The minutia of the... They don't go into the minutia. They just use like broad terms like manipulation and, you know, domination and stuff. I want an exact, gritty, detailed... I don't think they taught that in the African American section of the histories. Also, then they'd probably have to be like, oh, you know, they probably played the slaves off the slaves too, which is, you know, kind of sad. And then they'd have to look at the, you know, they're like, oh, that's not a nice narrative. That's a meaner narrative. No one wants a realistic narrative of. A nitty-gritty narrative of a 200 slave plantation, how everybody was played off of everybody. And the plantation owner's not going to write that down. Like, he's not going to be like, I'm playing this guy off this guy, I'm playing this guy off this guy, this guy off this guy. We've got this thing going like this. Yeah, the people who write the narratives like that are normally the people who were plantation owners and then they got kicked out or they lost their, you know, because you're not going to get the actual, unless you could hack. Can you hack a plantation owner's diary? Ugh. I want the nitty gritty details, please. The lurid. called leadership, okay? Uh-huh. Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You could try doing that one a little more concise. That's an actually interesting premise. The problem with the African American studies section is they never went down into the gritty details of it, of like how exactly they got away with, because it's mm, hmm, in the Hobbesian sense, every human being could kill every other human being. If you're sleeping and any human being found you sleeping, they could grab a 20-pound rock and bash your head in. So technically, humans are very equal to each other, and yet we don't interact with each other from that premise. Uh-huh. So society is, I think. The thing that keeps everybody from bashing each other's heads in. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, you had some joke about like you don't know exactly the rules for walking on grass. Like is there like a leniency of like 5 feet into someone's lawn? Is that legally built into it, or is that just like the difference between the rules and the like socially acceptable rules? Like he was 5 feet onto the guy's property, trespassing. You're currently obsessed with this idea that the current society is going to be a narcissistic male society of this is my property, and everyone wants, because it's a secret. The violence of property ownership is very. You sound like a leftist when you talk like that. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. But that's what property is. It's a implied. I mean, not from a leftist perspective, but just from a. It's like his bad. Uh-huh. How come there's all those YouTubers that are talking about narcissism, yet narcissism is built into society? It's the whole. I don't know. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. Societally acceptable narcissism, societally unacceptable narcissism. So society is to determine the healthy narcissism versus the unhealthy narcissism. Maybe. Okay, well, that's good. Oh, you have pizza? Free walk. Here's the key. I mean, you did play pretty open when you always played too openly. You still go to Walmart? I think it's still open. 10:56, they are closed. Yeah, you want to take the sweater off? Oh, wait. I remember last night you felt like dog shit, like you had like a headache and your teeth hurt. And it wasn't like a toothache, it was like a headache with a tooth. You think you caught a cold or something? Or it's like your teeth hurt, but not in like a toothache way, but like your jaw ached? What the fuck was that about? And then you felt like really good earlier today, and you're like, you felt like real dog shit yesterday. Like you felt like real dog shit. And then you woke up and you were doing you're doing a Kanye joke. You're like, I'm bipolar, and my superpower is my bipolarity. Because when you're in a good mood, you have good ideas, and when you're in a bad mood, you have bad ideas. Was that the joke? Maybe. I don't even know if that was a joke or an upside. That was just something. Interesting. Hey, the Toyota one lights their front up too, just like VW. Free advertising. For the price of a $10 light, you get free advertising on your car. I mean, for the companies when they do the building the car thing. What is it called? It's called leading them along or stringing them along. What is that term for? Like, it's stringing them along, right? Is that I'll have to look at what that means. The world is divided into two types of people. People who believe there's infinite growth, and the people who know there's limited resources, and no matter what, I don't know if that works. It's It's not gonna work, I don't think. Gold. Nope, nothing in there. Was there anything in the news you watched? Is there anything you remember about anything? A fire in Luxembourg or Switzerland. When I read it, I thought someone bombed it. I thought they bombed it. It sounded like an explosion. It said explosion. I was like, they killed 20 people in Switzerland? It was just a fire. I was kind of disappointed. I was gonna get all Europeans, 20 Europeans blown up. That'd be a pretty big deal. It was just a fire, kind of boring. Switzerland has a gun range that they shoot over a highway. And then they have like everybody. I saw this video where they have like everybody in the fucking everyone's conscripted, right? Is it like Israel? And they all have to own. They're given the option to own a rifle by the Switzerland government. I think that's true, isn't it? Is it? They shoot over a highway because they have land problems, I guess, there. They ain't doing that in America. They don't want... They'll act like they like gun ownership in America, but they really don't want everybody owning a gun. That's actually the secret of this place. You think... That's a bit cynical there, man. Problematic... You're going to use a leftist term. Problematic. There's problematic communities you do not want having gun ownership, probably. Problematic. Those are like AR-15s, right? What do you think they had? It's like a battle rifle, right? A Switzerland battle rifle. Oh, well, they shoot over a highway, which is interesting. There's a new right-wing movement called we go to the hood and we teach the youngins. They're not going to do that. They ain't going to do that. You know that, right? Doody doody da, doody 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 da. And then what? And then what? And then what? Are you trespassing right now? I don't think so, but you could technically be trespassing. You're 30 feet into the grass, not your land. You're gonna get. Someone's gonna grab a person's gonna come from a helicopter with a baseball bat and say, "Get the fuck off my property." Technically, I don't know how property ownership works exactly in terms of walking on grass. Oh yeah, this joke about like oh yeah, the police joke. It was like, I hate police, but I hate police because I hate that humans need police. I hate them because society needs police, because it makes me sad. That was a stupid joke. I think that was on the way to the walk area. Still hate them though. What else you got? Gun joke, MP5 joke. Did you do the full MP5 joke? I was what about the? You're calling it. You're using microaggression language. I like the language of it. Mixing up languages is fun. Remember that song Gin and Juice when they sung it in a country tone? Very amusing. Mm-hmm. 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 Sipping on gin and juice. So it's the juxtaposition of like a country song with a rap lyrics or a rap song, country lyrics. Mm-hmm. Mix and match. Match and mix. Mix and match. Match and mix. Huh? So yeah. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for the gander is good for the goose. Uh-huh. Is that similar to fighting fire with fire? I think it is. It's very similar. Mm-hmm. Can you make this? Is it green? You should wait for this car. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Don't make me get my ass kicked by you. I'll make you. I'll make you. I'll make it so your wrists hurt after beating me up. So you better run. Uh-huh. Hmm. Is he coming back? Is the buddy coming back? Is my buddy coming back? He's my friend. He's my friend. He's my buddy pal. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Nope, different car. You're insane. A little bit. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Do 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 do. Mm. Hmm. Grassroots negative opposition. Yay. Uh-huh. Hmm. At least it's as it said, it's better to be hated than to be a nobody. No, I think you were just in the road or I don't know. It's a good question. I'm hated. Rather to be hated. Hatred and love are not opposites, actually. Hatred and love, the opposite of hatred and love is apathy. A lot of people don't know that. It's one of those secrets they don't teach. They should teach that. The opposite of love is not hate, it is apathy. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. I am hated. I am filled with glee. Mm-hmm. 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 Interesting. So like this guy, he thought my MP5 was a trigger. What is it called? You have to remember the name of the trigger if you're going to do it correctly. It's called a trigger reset. It's called a trigger. It's not a bump stock. Bump stock would mess with your sight picture. This one I don't think messes with your sight picture. Let's see. It's called a trigger reset. Trigger. This guy, he thought my trigger reset MP5 was an automatic weapon. Oh my God, it was a microaggression. Ugh. Ugh. Uh-huh. Very funny. I mean, for all practical purposes, it's an automatic weapon, but whatever, I mean. Oh, and then you're going to talk about, oh, yeah, this joke, you're like, I don't know how to make explosives. I know what the two ingredients are. I've never made them, and I don't know how to make them, but I know the ingredients, and I think I could probably find out how to. But then I saw this video on YouTube where, like, there's these two things you can buy, and it's not even, there's no chemical process. You don't even have to do, the way I know how to do it, or vaguely know how to do it, is very complicated, and it would take a lot of time. This one, you just buy the shit off the internet. And I was like, holy fucking shit, they sell this shit legally? And I was like, holy fuck, really? And, you know, that's an explosives trick. I don't know what was that. You mix them together. These people were doing it for stupid shit too. It was like birthday parties. They were making like 10 pounds of explosives for a birthday. I was like, what the fuck? When people get a hold of that shit, what if like a negative person got a hold of that stuff, man? You can't be doing that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's so that's an exemplification of how American political speak is not actually. They act like it's all speak and it's all bark and no bite. Is that your thesis? Because it goes back to your Trump joke where like 100 million people thought he was Hitler, and they didn't back that shit up. No backing that stuff up. I'm just disappointed in the lack of integrity. I don't care about Trump. I just care that 100 million people are just going around saying Hitler, and they ain't gonna fucking kill Hitler. If you think someone's Hitler, you're supposed to kill Hitler, and you don't. I'm angry about that. I don't care about Trump. I just care about the complete lack of integrity of using words. It's kind of dark. When I was a kid, if you called someone Hitler, you had a moral responsibility to actually do something about it. You couldn't just go around calling people Hitlers. They've probably been doing that ever since World War II. They probably. Do you think the usage of Hitler as a derogatory term? When I was a kid, if you said a lady ate babies, you had a moral responsibility to go, do something about it. These days, the kids, they just say they don't even care if the ladies eat the babies or, the president is Hitler. There was that one guy, and on the back of his truck it basically said Biden fucks kids. He didn't say it exactly like that, but on the back of his truck it said it was a in my day, if you knew the president of the United States was fucking kids, you were supposed to go but he wasn't going to do that either. It's very sad. There's just a lack of integrity in all of America. I want to see you go grab that 30 cal rifle, buddy. Your sticker says you think he's doing that. You're supposed to grab the 30 cal rifle, and they're not going to do that either. It's a complete lack of integrity in this country now. The country never had integrity. What are you, an idiot? This country was founded by nutjob religious retards and people who wanted to come to America and own plantations and be aristocracy. This country isn't different from Europe. It is Europe. And then the frontier disappeared, and now America's gonna have European problems where people are just gonna be like, you have to you either have a frontier or people are gonna start killing each other. RuneScape gold, WoW gold. You gotta give the people a frontier, man. What's his face did that? Who's that cool Republican guy? He was selling WoW gold. There's a new frontier. It's called WoW gold. You go on the internet and you mine gold off WoW or RuneScape or any of the other multiple EVE Online. You can probably collect resources, sell them. They have $4,000 battleships on EVE Online. This one guy paid $500,000 or $1 million for land in Second Life so we could open a casino. Most of those online games end up being casinos. RuneScape had casinos. Second Life had casinos. Beneath the facade of humanity, people all just want to gamble. Who would have ever guessed it? EVE Online, Second Life, RuneScape. A bunch of degenerates. I'm telling you, this whole society, degenerate to the bone. The people who took the cruise over, they would it was a gamble. So they gambled on the ship. You could do a joke about that, maybe? I don't know. Good question. I almost feel bad because, weren't there a couple days where you had zero ideas and you're all full of ideas today? Because you're in a good mood. If you're in a good mood, you have good ideas. Which one comes first? Do you think the good ideas come first, or the good mood comes first, or is it which one? Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it the cart or the horse? The horse or the cart? I have no fucking clue. I can't tell you. I just know I had a headache last night, and it was I was miserable feeling. It was my tooth ached. It wasn't a toothache. It was a jaw ache. Interesting. Oh, you're doing New Age jokes, right? New Age. Is pantheism a New Age religion? New Age is crystal magic, right? But then there's auroras. I heard someone talking about auroras once. You ever looked at a person's eyes and you're you can sort of tell that person hopes to get hit by a drunk driver? You ever looked in a person's eyes and that person would smile if I died? That's kind of what an aurora is in New Age. Can you subconsciously read if a person roots for you or against you? Or is that paranoia? It's an interesting question. Subconsciously, humans can sort of tell, hey, this guy's rooting for me, this guy's rooting against me. Is that paranoia, or is that New Age hippieism, or is that... The right wing would call that good and bad attitude. The right wing believes in that. They call it good attitude, bad attitude. They're the same fucking thing. They're hippie energy. Hippie energy. Nice. There's a good joke for you. Hippie energy is good attitude, bad attitude. It's the same thing, right? Probably. There's nothing funnier than taking two things that are opposite and then pointing out that they're the exact fucking same thing. It's the best joke in the entire fucking world. There's no joke funnier. A Shell gas station and a BP gas station. They're completely fucking different. No, they're gas stations. I mean, they're gas stations. Spoiler. 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 Look, McDonald's and Burger King are completely fucking different. What the fuck is wrong with you? How do you not see that they're completely fucking different things? The Big Mac and the Whopper are completely fucking separate from each other. Good question. Actually, some of the oils, when they mine oil, the oil, is it called mining? It's called drilling for oil. there actually are grades of oil, I think. Some of it is better than other oil. It's very complicated because on the one hand, it's just black stuff that comes out of the earth. And on the other hand, I don't actually know that much about oil. Or gas. Maybe there is a big difference between the gas companies. And I'm wrong. It's like the Whopper and the Big Mac, completely different. Is one pharmacy a similar, same thing as another pharmacy? That used to be a pharmacy. It's not a pharmacy anymore. You come off non sequitur-esque when you. They used to be pharmacies, but whatever. Gas station, Office Max, and Office Depot and Office Max. Did one of those go out of business? It's the same thing, right? One of them's out of business, probably. Is there still an Office Max? Staples? Is Staples still around? Or did Office Depot just eat everybody? I should probably. I'm not gonna Google that. Are you gonna Google Office Max, Staples, Office Depot? Is there one of them got eaten? I think. In the old days, there used to be a lot more of these companies. Then there was one or two of them. Walmart killed everybody. There's Target. Target is still. There used to be Kmart. Walmart killed Kmart. They murdered. Walmart murdered Kmart. Always murdered Big Lots. There's something about AOL discontinued its service this year. Someone was doing discontinued items of 2025. AOL still had dial-up, and they discontinued it this year. There used to be Blockbusters in Alaska, and then Blockbusters went out. Netflix killed Blockbusters. Blockbusters could have bought Netflix, and then they didn't. So they feel stupid now because they're out of business. Because Netflix doesn't even do DVDs anymore, right? They don't even mail DVDs. You just stream. You can't do that through 56K though. 10 KB a second. That'll take you how long to get a movie? What do you think? What is 56K speed? 20 KB a second? So 5 at 20 KB a second. That's 5 per 100, 105. 5 per 100, 5 times 10. 50 seconds per meg. 50 seconds a meg. No. A meg every 50 seconds. So a meg every minute. 60 megs an hour. And a movie is probably like 4 gigs. Yeah, that'll take you a while, buddy. What do you think a Netflix movie is? I've never used Netflix. I'm not a plebeian. I don't use Netflix, and I never will, because I'm not a plebeian. Only the rabble uses Netflix. Rabble. What is it, like 20 bucks? Is it 20 bucks a month? It used to be 10, right? Back when they did DVDs, it was $10 a month, right? And 2 DVDs. Time flies when you're licking cum. Time flies when you're having fun. Ooh, here's a good one. You know how you were comparing modern society to narcissism and owning, because it's going to be property. It's going to be like, this is my property, I can do whatever the fuck there's going to be a lot of that in the next 8 years. And, because it's not your property, you can't Think of the Larry David episode where the guy wouldn't take his shoes off at the lady's house. Kind of like that, but everywhere. And, well, she was kind of a bitch. You take your shoes off when you're in my house. That's like 2000. That was from the year 2000. That's like a 25-year-old joke. But it's gonna be like that, but everywhere. And then, you won't be able to. If it's your property, you can reality create on your property, because reality creation is the most important thing in the entire universe. Actually, it's it's the thing that allows the things that happen, I guess. Narratives. And I don't want. No one tells me what fucking real. No one in this fucking world is gonna tell me what's real and not real. I will become an Islamic. Don't do that joke. If I was ever gonna become an Islamic, don't even go down that. If I was ever gonna become a bad person, you do not tell me what fucking reality is. You peoples, I don't care who you are. You're gonna get arrested, definitely. Shit. They call it. The problem with narcissism is it creates gaslighting, because the person who owns something can create reality, and then you're supposed to. I don't know. That's a dangerous. Is that right wing or left wing now? It's gonna be more right wing. It's the same thing. They're the same people. Remember you were doing the joke about Stalin and Hitler? Same person. Do you not see what I am seeing? I can't see what you see. Sorry. I can only see what I see. There's a guy with a ladder or something. He's robbing the Chinese, but he's putting up storm gutters. He's, I don't know, washing something. The brain is a muscle. The brain is a muscle, similar to going to the gym. If you stop going to the gym for 6 months or a year, your brain will atrophy. And there's a lot of people in this world who want you to atrophy your brain. Is that a good analogy? Maybe, maybe not. Is the brain a muscle? Probably. Probably is. The brain is a muscle. No, it's the world is a vampire, not the brain is a muscle. And then what? I don't know. I don't have any other jokes. Shit. That headache was terrible. You felt like, really bad. It was like, in the way. It was like, because you couldn't sleep. Took some baby aspirin. Mm-hmm. Baby aspirin. Aspirin for babies. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Baby aspirin. Aspirin for babies. Baby aspirin. Aspirin for babies. Mm-hmm. The problem with deadpan jokes and sarcasm is sometimes if someone does sarcasm back at you, it becomes a game of like who looks stupid first. Because this one person was like, "Are you serious?" And now on the one hand, it could be true. Maybe I actually don't know. Does Putin have a legitimate right to be angry that Zelensky shot missiles at his house? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what rules you people are following. My gut reaction is it depends. Do you like Russia or Ukraine? If you like Ukraine, you're going to be like, oh, he was allowed to do that. And if you like Russia, you're going to be like, he had no right to fucking shoot missiles at Putin's house, man. That's not cool, buddy. Because, people don't actually follow rules. They root for people, and then you're allowed to break whatever rule you want if you dislike a person. That's how the world actually works. I think that's sadly probably how it actually works. It's a big popularity guy. I like Putin more than I like Zelensky. I like Zelensky more than I like Putin. I mean, Putin is kind of cool. I don't know. If you had to like someone more, who do you like more? Man, it's a tough one. There's things about Putin I actually like. I don't know. I want to root for Zelensky. I want to root for Putin. It's hard to know who to root for there. I mean, one's an actor. He's basically like a Hollywood actor, right? But then again, Donald Trump is an actor. He was on the TVs. I mean, so, if I'm against Zelensky, why am I not against Trump? Because Trump is like an actor, right? He's a reality TV star, so he's just like Zelensky, an actor. So why are you against Zelensky all of a sudden? If you like Trump, you should like Zelensky because they're both actors. Why does the right wing dislike Hollywood so much? It's a good question. They don't make... Oh, I don't know. That's an interesting... There might be a question in there. Hollywood makes up stories that make average people think they have power? Is that... Most of the time the stories are like that, right? In the 80s, they had the Arnold Schwarzenegger stories where they go do body counts in, like, South America. But the movies these days have not been that way. So they need to get, they need movies where they can do body counts, where people can feel cool. Because, Hollywood can't make a movie where, somebody in America does a body count. But you can do, Commando or a Chuck Norris movie where they're killing, cartel people. And you can have 100 people body count. And psychologically, watching a movie with a body count allows the Americans to get rid of their anger and their you gotta vent it somewhere. So they need to do 80s movies where they kill drug cartels, like a good drug movie where who's the up and coming? I don't know who the actors are anymore. Shit, who's an action hero? There are no good action heroes anymore, right? Are there? They go down to Mexico and kill 100 narcos. America needs a new Chuck Norris or a new Arnold Schwarzenegger or a new Stallone. Someone in their 20s to 30s who will go and make movies where some guy kills 100 people in South America or Asia or something like that. I think that would solve a lot of America's problems. You really have a pretty low opinion of people. You assume everybody is as insane as you with extreme passions, and you're like, how do they not go crazy? Because for me, it's the question is, how come people don't go crazy? I would think there'd be more craziness in the world, actually. I'm often surprised by the lack of craziness in this world. Not the craziness, but if it is crazy, it's crazy in like a weird, like, oh, that doesn't add up. But it's not crazy like a 100 body count Chuck Norris movie in Mexico where he's killing narcos. Or he did one of those, right? He did one where he killed like a... I think he did. I think there was some 80s movies like that, right? It was like 50, 20, 50. He did a roundhouse kick. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's insanity, but it's not like 100 body count insanity. It's the insanity of, I don't know, Big Macs and Whoppers or something. It's a fucking hamburger. Not a Tucker Shapiro joke. What did you look at the news? What the fuck did you see? I gotta think of something smart to say. Something smart to say. Did you even look at the news that much today or yesterday or the day before? Shit. You need to get a newspaper. You looked up the numbers for the wafers, the RAM wafers. The price of RAM is up quite a bit, but you're uploading. Did you already upload that video, or did you not upload that one? You might not have uploaded that one. It's when we talk about RAM prices. Ugh. So you think they're going to make movies? That's the plan for America. Is the frontier will be AI movies, and then all the aggression will go away. In the old days, they were telling people, "Hey, go loot the stores." You know, like Black Lives Matter. They'd all just loot the stores. And have you seen any of those New York videos where they, like 100 people will go into a store and just rob it blind? Now you can watch interactive VR headset movies of the up and coming Arnold Schwarzenegger or Chuck Norris killing 100 people in Mexico or China, probably. I think that'll satiate these people. These people will be satiated by that, I think. They'll like it. That's what all the GPUs and RAM are for. That one guy, there was some guy whining about, he was like, this shit is useless. No, it isn't. This is the future, man. The ability to create reality is the future. And that's what all this AI shit is for. It's the new smoke and mirrors, baby. It's going to be the new... You ain't going to be able to tell what's real and fake anymore. It's going to be beautiful. The elites are going to be so fucking happy. They're going to be happier than they've ever been. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can create reality any way they want. They have the GPUs and the RAM and the CPUs to do it. They're going to love every second of it. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. RAM prices really were pretty high. It was DDR4, right? Because it was PC part picker, and they have a chart showing the price of RAM. I do not know. It's a 4,000. There's some of those video cards are like 2K. Wow. When I was young, it was like $500 for a 1080. A 1080 Ti costs like $600 or $700. The new video cards cost like 2K. Even higher. What's the deal with video card prices? And the RAM prices were pretty high too, right? Like 32 gigs is what? 216s or 28s? I don't know. When I was a kid, your RAM budget was like $100. So what is the RAM budget now? Like, do you get 16 for $100? Do you get 16 or 32 gigs? I think you get 32. I don't know. I wasn't paying that close of attention. I apologize. I think it's 16. RAM has not changed that much, right? Because it was the price. It was 3,200 megahertz, right? I have 3,200 megahertz, and that's some old RAM. That's like some 6 or 7 year old RAM, right? Some of your stuff was like 2,600 megahertz, right? 2666. I think so. I don't. It was a long time ago. It was like 5 to 10 years ago about that RAM. RAM prices have stayed the same? I mean, they haven't depreciated that much, really? That's crazy. Because in the old days, it was DDR3. And DDR3 does not fit in DDR4. There's no DDR5, right? I didn't check that. I need to check if there's DDR5 or not. Dance Dance Revolution 5. When did they invent DDR4? Like 2013 or 14 or 15? You had a Pentium 2600. Pentium, what was it? It was a Pentium. What the fuck is that? You still have it, right? It's a box. It's a Pentium. It's a 2011 computer. Pentium 2600. It used DDR3. Huh. I don't know. I have to look into RAM. It doesn't matter. Does it really matter? Does RAM really matter? The future is making movies. The elites want. Sounds like it's coming from there. Is it me? Am I on their land? Are they gonna fucking beat the shit out of me? With a baseball bat? That's that one. When I was a kid, there wasn't motion detectors and loud voices that would tell you about get the fuck off my land. They still had cameras back then, and they had motion detectors were around when you were like middle school. But the video recorders would have been VCRs, right? And that's really expensive. That's like $300-400 probably for that. 200, 300. It's a pain in the ass. You have to reuse the video cassettes and shit. So they keep trying to come up with like apologetics for certain things, and one of the apologetics I've created is that I'll get like some negative feedback from people, and I'll be like, that person probably looks at me as the reason NAFTA was put into effect, and they probably lost their father lost their job at fucking TJ's, and they're probably throwing that at me or something, because you are a globalist technically. I think you're a globalist. The globalist part of me. I don't know if that works. Globalism. Globalism is like where you say, McDonald's and Burger King are the same thing. They're completely different. An unskilled Mexican worker and an unskilled white worker are the same fucking thing. Kind of not. Is that globalism in a nutshell? I don't know, like, maybe. I mean, I guess they have a right to be angry. I mean, they did get lied to. NAFTA was kind of a... And then everybody fucking put all their fucking things in fucking Ireland, all the fucking headquarters. It's kind of fucked up. It's, because there is not actually liquidity in the world. People cannot just move to Ireland. It costs like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to do that, right? Or if pure open borders only works if there's no movement costs, but there are movement costs, and it's not a completely liquid market, right? Like, I don't know if that's the best analogy. And then like the Clintons and all them would be like, this is an opportunity for you people, and they did not do well. So they probably have quite a lot of hatred. Probably right, maybe a little right. I don't know. Isn't it kind of odd though? Because then you have like Donald Trump going around going, I'm friends with he's like friends with all the leaders. He's always like, I'm friends with Putin. I'm friends with the guy from, he takes pride. Isn't he kind of globalist though? Because he's like friends with them. Shouldn't he be not friends with the fucking, wouldn't you want to elect that person? Isn't that a form of globalism? Like, hey, you're not allowed to be friends with people from other countries there, Mr. Trump. I don't want you being friends with Putin or the Japanese Prime Minister or the but they like that though, don't they? They like that he's friends with a globalist. You globalist with all your global friends. There was that one guy who would make stuff in China. People would subcontract stuff out to China, and then you have to you get let's say you wanted 1,000 not t-shirts made, but like something t-shirt-esque, like a mouse pad. You would send the contract off to China. They'd mail you back one mouse pad, but you had like a minimum order you have to make. It's kind of a pain in the ass. You can't go down to your local. They don't do that shit in America. Whatever. I guess that's... How big of an industry is that new plastic printer shit? Is that going to bring it all back? Maybe that'll bring it all back. There was that tin place. Why do they make stuff out of tin? You'd have to know why they make stuff out of tin. Is there an advantage to using tin? Tin can. Tin cans they don't use tin cans, right? Soup can is not made out of tin, is it? It's probably made out of steel. I don't know. You should have Googled, well, why do they have a tin place? Like a guy hitting hammers with a tin? What the fuck is that about? One hamburger place is the same as another. Kind of not. I don't know. I don't actually know. Now you're out of ideas. Remember the last time you walked, all you did was you just hummed stupid shit to yourself? Now you're out of ideas. You can do the same thing again. Are you ever gonna, would you actually do research on how much did the vape industry affect the tobacco industry? How big of a sales hit did the tobacco industry take because of that? What percentage of the tobacco industry is now vape sales? 20%? 30%? Do you actually care? Are you actually going to Google it? I probably won't remember it. It's not that important of a question to me. I don't smoke. I never did, so I don't care. I mean, it's kind of an interesting question. Like, how much of did the industry get affected by that? But I'm not going to remember this an hour or two from now. I will have completely forgot about this. Mm-hmm. 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 Chicken fajito taco. That's a hamburger place. Why the fuck are they serving chicken fajitos? What a fucking stupid bullshit, man. Bunch of bullshit. It's supposed to be a hamburger place, not a chicken fajita taco. Fucking bullshit. What a bunch of fucking shit. Mm-hmm. I think McDonald's had like a chicken tender wrap. What did Burger King have? That was like weird. The McRib was at McDonald's. Burger King had what? I don't know. I don't think they had anything that unique or non-hamburgery. Mm-hmm. McDonald's had a pizza at one point, right? Or did they ever have a pizza? I think it failed miserably, and it should. Pizzas are for pizza places. McDonald's does. I think they do okay with their espressos and stuff, though. They have the little cafes now, because in the old days, people just drank coffee, and then Starbucks came in, and then McDonald's copied them and said, hey, we'll make espressos. They don't make espresso, do they? I think they just have more expensive coffee. I don't know if they actually make espresso. An espresso machine costs like $500 to $1,000, right? Industrial ones with multiple presses probably cost like $4K. What do you think the ones at Starbucks cost? I haven't been inside of a Starbucks in like a really, really long time. I don't know. 10K. What do you think the average amount of equipment in a Starbucks is? Like 20K worth of coffee making materials? If you were gonna rob a Starbucks, I think they have like 4K espresso presses. The grinders can be like $200-$300, right? A good grinder can be. The price of coffee beans. If you were gonna rob somewhere right now, the price of coffee beans is pretty fucking high. If I was a robber, I'd rob Starbucks of all their coffee beans. Because, you know, coffee beans are way too expensive. What is the price? It's 50 cents per ounce, I think, for cheap coffee. Like $1 an ounce per probably expensive coffee. Local man steals over $10,000 worth of beans from Starbucks. What would $10,000 worth of beans be in weight? 10,000 ounces. So that would be divided by 16. Divided by 10 would be 1,000 pounds. But it's actually less than that, right? I can't remember. I need a sheet of paper. It'd be 1.5. 16 is like 1.5. It's not. So if you're going to be a robber right now, stealing beans from coffee places could make you some good money, probably. In the old days, people stole copper from houses. Now they steal beans from Starbucks. I don't know if it's worth it. That, you know, a pound would be $1 an ounce. So a pound would be $16. $16 a pound for $1. That's for the good shit, though. Does Starbucks pays cheaper than that. They probably pay what they probably pay is like 50 cents for the good stuff because they buy in bulk. So you think they get it cheaper because they get it in bulk? I don't know. That's a good question. What do you think they actually pay for their good stuff? What do you think they get it in? What sort of bags? Do you think they have like 10-pound, 20-pound bags? I haven't been in a Starbucks in like, I don't think in a long time, so I don't know. How do you think they store beans at Starbucks? Things like 50-pound bags? They don't have 50-pound bags of fucking coffee in there, do they? That's for like potatoes. 50 pounds of coffee would cost 50 times 16 would be 50, 500. So 500 plus 250, $750 for a 50-pound bag of cheap coffee. 20-pound bags? They have like 20-pound bags of rice. Probably 20-pound bags. That'd be. What does copper go for? Have you? I think one time in my life I might have seen someone stealing copper, but I have never seen it in real life. I don't think. I know it happens. I've heard that it happens, but. B16M. What does that mean? B16 is not. It's not a bomber, is it? Is a B16 a bomber? It might be. I don't remember. B24. There might be a B16. And then what? I don't know. Some joke about it. You've done that joke before a million times. That Hitler is an artist. You want to do the Hitler is an artist joke? You just want to flip everything around, you know. The left-wing hippie artist. He's bohemian, right? I don't know. It's you think your jokes are so funny, and then you realize they're not that funny. They're just funny to you. He was a left-wing bohemian artist. His name was Hitler. He had a loft in New York. He would throw paint onto a canvas. He did pictures of like houses. He was not like a fucking. He wasn't Jackson Pollock, okay? Hitler as Jackson Pollock. I think that's the problem with Hitler. Hitler needed to learn about Jackson Pollock-esque paintings. There you go. Maybe. Yeah, the Nazis, there was something, what were you listening to? Something about Nazis and they hated jazz? They're like, that's degenerate music. I don't know, I mean, what was that from? What were you watching where you heard that in the past 2 or 3 days? There's something about culture. People were talking about culture, and they're like, black culture sucks, or something. There's something, someone was saying that, right? They're like, what about jazz? I don't even remember. What the fuck was that from? Was that right-wing shit you were listening to? What were you listening to? I don't remember. It wasn't that Steve Shives guy. He was talking about what became legal. Because at the beginning of the year, every year, stuff becomes legal. That wasn't him, right? Who was it? Something about jazz. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Now I'm kind of curious what it was. Why was... What was it? In the old days, see, here's a thesis. The internet has made it so that you have too many ideas coming into the human brain. In the old days, there would be a community, and like if someone came into the community, like think of like some guy comes in selling musical instruments. You're like, it's a big deal for some guy selling musical instruments. But now you can get 1,000 things beamed right directly to you. You know, there's a million charlatans you can go listen to any second, which is kind of cool. As a charlatan, I kind of like it. Because I can't even remember where I heard that from. Holy shit! What was it? It was like some about cultures. Oh, man, you weren't listening to racist shit, were you? I don't think so. Maybe it was. Doesn't matter. What was I listening to that I heard that? Ah, God damn it. I mean, you've already done that. It wasn't a joke, it was an observation. The societies are going to insulate themselves. The Chinese are going to insulate themselves, and they're going to be like, Chinese culture, American culture, because there's a war coming, right? Like, it's got to be. And because only the leaders, you individually cannot be friends with Chinese people anymore. Only the top people are allowed to be friends with Chinese people now. I don't know. Did you do that joke about like the Chinese sending people over here who are like missionaries? It's like a Mao joke, like they go around door to door with little red books and they try and get their picture taken at the dam. They're like, hey, can we see where is the weak point in the dam? I don't think that's not that. Oh, and then you were doing this joke about like, yeah, I'm a spy, but I'm not a spy for any other country. I'm just a spy for myself. I'm a spy for myself. You're still a spy because you're looking at stuff. You're a spy, but only for myself. You're under arrest. You're a spy because you're spying for yourself. Something about narcissistic culture, gaslighting. They don't want you. The macro goal of the elites is to not have the average person does not need to have situational awareness. Is that your? Which is I don't know. I don't want to trust the fucking elites to tell me what's real. I don't fucking think they have my interests at heart. That's called antisocial behavior. You have a bias against the elites. I think that makes you technically like a criminal, right? Like you think the system is rigged for the system. It's not. It's rigged for the system. It's not rigged for the individual. I don't know. What are you selling here? I don't know. I'm just trying to guess. I'm trying to figure out what I'm selling because I don't know what I'm selling. What are you selling? I'm selling musical instruments. You want a musical instrument? Statistically, how many American students go to China every year? It's got to be like a lot less than the Chinese, right? Because the Chinese were always flooding that one place. There's always a ton of Chinese down at UNA. They know every weakness of America, probably. And the lazy Americans won't go to fucking China. Am I right? I don't know if that's true. I don't know the numbers on that. I'm just being anti-youth, because it's kind of fun to shit on the youth. Those lazy Americans won't go to China and spy the way these hardworking, industrious Chinese students come over here and map out all of America. Interesting. You'd have to like learn Chinese. No one's gonna fucking do that. It's like fucking hard as shit. They have like fucking it's like it takes like 3-4. I bet it takes like 3-4 years to learn that stupid shit. You have to learn all the. Is there a simplified version or? AI must make that easier. Remember Babelfish back in like 2004? 3? 2? Maybe it was 2002? There's Babelfish. You're like, this is fucking cool. You can just type shit in and it'll translate it. And nowadays, it's probably like, I haven't even seen how good they can translate. There was that one website where you could put a picture in, it would find the text in the picture, and it would translate it for you. That was kind of cool. For reading Chinese erotic comics, my, how times have changed. Was it Japanese or Chinese? Might have been Chinese. I don't know if it was Chinese. I think it was Chinese. And the AI would find the little silly, stupid Chinese characters and translate it into terrible English. Interesting. In the old days, it was Babelfish, and now there's AI that can translate everything. It still does it terribly, though, right? I think it's, yeah. Your observations are very mediocre. And your one friend had a scanner, and he could scan stuff, and then you didn't even have to type it in, because you had to type it in, which was a big pain in the ass. But then he could scan it, and then you could just copy and paste it into Babelfish. Yeah, that was some good shit. You had no desire to learn a language back then. I don't think I do now either. What if you could learn anything, what would you learn? Pure omniscience. I want to be purely How do you become omniscient? That's all I really want. I think that's possible. Yeah, scanner used to be like $100 on its own. That was when minimum wage was like $5 an hour, so that'd be like 20 hours of, I don't know, is that right? Probably. Now they just come with the printer, right? You need to learn to make your own jargon words so that you can learn to set people up for failure by using your own jargon words, because jargon words are a good way of setting someone up, right? It's straight-faced, 2 eyes and a straight face. Like a dead stare. If you're gonna do that, you have to learn. So if you ever, one of the tricks I think this one person found, is if I'm not good at silence, and if I could go back in time, what I'd do is I'd be like, hey there, hey buddy, as a professional, have you thought about killing yourself? Because you're dragging the industry down. Should try that one. See, if you could go back in time. You gotta learn to insult people right to their face. You know, how do you do it more? How do you insult that? You can't say kill yourself. You gotta say, have you thought about exiting this, you know, you gotta create what's a fancy way of saying, please go kill yourself without saying go kill yourself. Have you thought about exiting? Have you thought about this industry not being in your interest? Maybe you would be good. Have you thought about joining the industry of Hades? Or I think you, buddy, right now could go. I don't know. It doesn't work. Jargon words. You are uncomfortable with silence, aren't you? Yeah, I think you are, actually. Hence the insane talking to yourself in the context of what? I mean, like, there's no value in this, right? Like, if anything, it makes you weaker, I think. I think you have some nuggets of gold in here. There's a lot of shit in there. Remember that time? You've done whole walks where all you did was make stupid noises to yourself. I don't know. I'm just going to rationalize it behind the concept I'm getting exercise. I'll be like, Your Honor, I just wanted some exercise, Your Honor. Think they'll fall for it? Maybe. Gavel. Gavel. Oh man, I'm hungry. You gotta turn around. You want to turn around? Is there something to eat around here? I'm gonna eat. Gas station food? No. Turn around, go down Broadway, and then go to 7 Points, or go Chisholm? You wanna go 7 Points Chisholm? You wanna go down to the Railroad Road right now? You wanna just do a full walk? And even though you're hungry? Yeah, I guess I'll do that. That was a weird amount of hunger. At one moment, it was like, I am hungry. Interesting. I mean, I would probably die if I don't eat within like 2 or 3 weeks. If I don't eat within 2 or 3 weeks, I think I'm probably gonna die. Doesn't that Indian guy like fast? The Indian guy, and then I experienced the tea. You're making fun of the Indian Prime Minister guy? It's fun to make fun of. He collected, he went to that place and they had stones and he was like, this stone is from another village. What are you doing, an Apu joke? This man came back from another village in India that was 100 miles away and he took this stone and brought it back. But you're going to do like Apu jokes? I would go out into the woods and I would sleep under the stars. That's not a very good Apu voice. It's a terrible Apu. You need to work on your Apu. Welcome to Quickie Mart. We have stones from many villages, some many miles away. Modi? I think it's Modi. Hey, they got cool lights. Do you think that's marijuana drinks? What do you think they have in the cool light up things? Probably something cool. That's a cool case. I want to steal the case, not want the stuff. I just want the case. Uh-huh. It's kind of like a computer cases are like that. It's like a computer case or something. Hmm. I wonder if there's a place. Do you think there's like a website that just sells LED lights and you can just turn anything you want into like cool LED light things? I bet they have that. That's gotta exist. A website dedicated to nothing but LED strips and lights and spinny thingies and. What if you had a car? You know that sphere in Las Vegas? What if you had a car and the outer rim of it was just like LED lights and it could make, like I'm looking at this car right now, and it could turn into the beach. It could have like a moving beach on it. They'd call that a distraction, and you get in car accidents and stuff. But it looked cool. Your son's not fixed. Why are you not fixing your son, buddy? You're the only time. Remember that day you couldn't remember what day of the week it was, and you were like, and it wasn't until you got here that you knew what day of the week it was. That was cool. He's not cool anymore. He used to be cool because he used to tell me if I didn't know what day of the week it was, his son would tell me what day of the week it is, and now he doesn't have that son anymore. He's so stupid. And now you're out of ideas. Tools, jewelry, gunsmithing, pawn. No, I don't have any other ideas. ARAM games? You want to talk about ARAM? Do you have any ARAM games? You had a Shen game, right? Shen with it was Aftershock Shen, right? Or it was Earthquake Shen. But you meant to take the Shield one, or did you mean to take Earthquake? Or did you wanted to take, was it Courage of the Colossus, and you ended up taking Earthquake? I think you took Earthquake, right? That's not interesting. Tell me something interesting. There was what else did you play on ARAM? There was one where you got like 2 really low tier augments. They just didn't give out golds and platinum. Is it platinum? What is it? What are the tiers of augments? Zoe, you had a Zoe game where you didn't get any good. They never gave any good augment. They didn't give the tiers of augment. You had like 2 low tier. That's kind of boring. Oh, there was a game where you were the ADC. What was that one? Sivir. You were Sivir. And you died like 10 seconds after getting out of the portal. And yeah, that was Tristana kept killing you or something. Yeah, I think that was. That's pretty boring. Your stories suck, dude. Hey, I can't ADC. I was never an ADC man. Did they ever release the new ADC thing where you can use WA? How do you do your skills if they because they're changing League of Legends into a WASD game, right? And it's really good for the ADC is the one that has the biggest change in that, right? How do you do your skills then? You'd have to map your mouse with four keys. You have 2 keys. So you move WASD, and then with your mouse you have to have 4 buttons for the 4 skills. I guess that's how it works. No more orb walking. You never knew how to orb walk, so doesn't affect me. Hmm. 41? 40 what? 12, 41, 48, 41, 1202, 48. Yeah, you have shitty vision. Hmm. 48? Is that 48? 41? Yeah, you're not hot anymore at least. You had Apex. Oh, you put an Echo game where you had Apex Predator, and you went full tank. And then, did you do well or bad? I don't even remember. Anytime you get Apex Predator, you go tank and get the drain item and the fucking. Did you lose that one? I think you lost that one actually. Because Echo tank sucks. He has no damage. He has no percentage health damage. If you're gonna go tank, they need to have like percentage health damage on one of their skills. Does his bonk have does his 3-hit passive have a percentage? Maybe, I don't. You have a bad habit of moralizing things when you do stuff, right? It's not good, man. You should gotta cut that one out if you're gonna. Oh yeah, the drunk joke? Do you like the drunk joke? That was kind of funny. I'm not gonna remember any of this. You know that, right? I'm gonna forget all of this. All of this will be forgotten. Like steps on the ground? What now? Don't go stealing fucking cyborg guy stuff. Steely Dan. What does Steely Dan sound like? Do you even know any Steely Dan songs? Nope. What does a Steely Dan sound like? What were those people with the really long mustaches? ZZ Top. What does ZZ Top sound like? What does Steely Dan sound like? I don't know. We'll clean this thing up by killing all those trees and kudzu. It wasn't kudzu anymore, was it? Vines. Think it's gonna be a park or an office? A park, an office, a park, an office, gas station. They're gonna gentrify that whole area down there. Gentrification. A park? Is it private property? Is it city private property? Is there? They don't allow. They don't have a website that says everything they own, right? They don't have like a map. You have to be on the inside. The inside. How open source would you want society to actually be? Would you want it to be like, hey, this is a public property, it's gonna be a park, or is it like hidden? Like they're gonna announce it eventually, or it's a gas station. Is it private property, or is it? Do you remember what you were talking about when you walked by that whole dam walk? What was it? You don't remember any of that, right? It was, did you ever look up poo-poo or pee-pee? You forgot to look up poo-poo or pee-pee. You still don't know what pee-pee stands for. You don't know where the poo-poo goes. I guess I wasn't actually that interested in it. Oh well. What does pee-pee stand for? Piss piss. Is this private property? Does it say? Is there any context clue as to what this is? Is it just? It's got a fucking sign on it. The city, would the city have? They could do that. I don't know. It's probably private property. It's gonna be gas station probably. The gas station fit there? Yes. Mm. 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 Hmm. 1878. That's pretty old. 150? 48? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it's 100 plus 22 plus 25. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 What else? Mm-hmm. Hmm. You know, the thing about Marquès de Sade, do you think how much of Marquès de Sade's was his flaw? Because everyone just knows him for sadism, and then maybe 120 Days of Sodom. But you know, did he write a bunch of other stuff too, or was it because like he was he was supposed to be a philosopher too, right? They just simplified him down to being the writer of 120 Days of Sodom. I think they simplified him. Uh huh. Mm. What's that smell like? Burning rubber? Mm. You're boring me. You bore me. Uh-huh. I bore me. I bore me. I bore me. You gotta entertain yourself somehow. Mm. 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 Hmm. 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 Mm. 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 A prison joke where it's like I got out of prison and I used to be, you know, I used to do 5,000 push-ups a day, and then I got out and then you get like fat because you have. Is that you were doing this joke, you were doing this idea in your head of like getting a sheet of paper out and going like, who is more predatorial? Because you were thinking of humans as predators, as in hunting woolly mammoths, and then you're like, you have the, Does this work? It's like 80-20, police, military, is Republican, right? 80-20. But then you have like, but the prison people only have muscles because they got nothing to do in prison? Is that it? I don't know. Is there a difference? Because you're trying to compare predatorialness here. But you're saying, were humans when they hunted animals, were they predators? I don't know. I don't know if that works. Socially predatory? Because I'm guessing people who get like really, really ripped in prison, when they get out of prison, they don't do the same workout schedule, right? Because it's because they're in prison and they have nothing to do. They're like, hey, I'm gonna do 2,000 push-ups a day. That's a good question. I don't know if that's true or not. Socially predatory? That's a... You could do, it's not really a joke, but what was, never mind, that's not interesting for that. Exchange or fashions. Fashions are exchangeable. In the future, you'll have clothes that are like your base layer, and then you'll holographically project clothes outwards, and you won't have to pay for clothes anymore. You'll just have to pay for the base ugly clothes, but then they holographically project whatever fashion you want to project through the projector technology of projection clothes. There you go. Some entrepreneur can take that idea, and someone's already come up with that idea before, probably. Are you tired of having to buy multiple sets of clothes to express it? With the new one LED clothes, you can dress any way you want. How do you wash LED lights? I don't know. What are you at? 233. So the takeaways from tonight are rob Starbucks of their coffee beans, and what else? I don't have any other takeaways. It was $750 for a 50-pound bag of $1 a pound. $1 a pound. 1,000 times, 50 times $1, 50 times Mm-hmm. 50 times 100 is 500, and then plus another 16 ounces. It'd be 6 times 100. I'm zoned out. I can't do math right now. Still not fill that in. Still not fix that. There could be sensitive information on that. You can turn that monitor off or put a 5-minute. As the owner of the entire universe, it's my job to tell people what to do. Let's get a 5-minute screensaver on that screen right there, buddy. You should pull your phone out and do that. You should do you should do like really menial, micromanaging tasks for people you don't know, just to piss them off. That'd be kind of funny. You kill me, kid. Anytime you see Apex, you think of Apex Predator, and then you think of that. Is it Apex Predator or is it Apex Item? What is it called? Apex, whatever. I'll tell you what's stupid. That one augment gives you 60 CDR, and then the one that gives you one skill gives you 100 CDR on one skill. The 60 CDR skill is always better than the one skill with 100% CDR. I don't know why. They need to get rid of that one, because it's that 60 CDR one is probably one of the best augments overall for everybody but ADCs. Probably. You had, it was a Shen game, and you had there's some other tank game you had, right? Was it? Oh, it was a Tom Kench. You had a Tom Kench game with the tank stacking one, right? You had like 16 stacks, I think, of tank health-esque tank stacking. And then you lost them all, and you got down to like 4 or 6 or something. It was pretty ugly. Yeah, Tom Kench was pretty fun. Did you get 15% extra health too? Were you like big? You were like big, right? You were like really big. I was big Tom Kench. And I had 15 stacks of extra healthy. Did you have the big one, or did you just have the 15 stacks? Would the 15 stacks have made you that big? Or was it the 15 stacks plus Goliath? You might have had Goliath too. I'm a Goliath Tom Kench with 15 or 16 stacks. And then they killed you that one time like really fast. Like you were surprised that you died as fast as you died. Yeah, that was, I think you lost that one, right? Because it was, they fucking blew you up and you had a ton of health. You had like 10k health. And they just blew you the fuck up. You hadn't even pushed the shield, because you could have pushed the shield button, but you were being all, I'm gonna wait, and you waited too long and they blew you up. Don't wait too long. They took like a quarter of your health in like less than a second, I guess. It was less than a fourth of a second. You say fucking, whoa. Where did that even come from? Where did that even come from? I had a big old shield if I would have pushed the button. But no. Greeting for the shield. Greedy, greedy, greedy. Go over to that park. In the old days, the cigarette companies would always try and get the kids connected to the cigarettes, because if you can't get the kids, you know, your audience is constantly dying. Does the vape companies have that same problem? Because they don't have as many deaths, right? So they don't have to have the cool camel and stuff. My gut reaction is the vapes are like 90% more healthy, but I could be wrong. I don't smoke and/or vape, but I'm guessing. My guess is they're like 90% more healthy. But I could be. They could find out that you're gonna die of like fucking something 10 times worse than cancer. All these vapors end up dying of something in the next 10 or 20 years. That'd be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. What is a Marilia? Myrilla. Do you think it's Myrilla, or do you think Myrilla is the real thing? Is it like Mithril? Myrilia. Mithril, adamant, rune skimmies. Who wants a rune skimmy? A Myrilla? You want a Myrilla skimmy? Skimmy. And on that day, I learned that going into the wilderness with your rune skimmy and full rune set, which cost maybe 200K back in the day. How much did your rune set cost back in 2006? 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there, 5 to 7, somewhere. They stole my rune skimmy and my rune plate and my rune legs and my rune helmet. How did that one person trick you? Because it was like near the wilderness, but it was like level 10 and under, and they tricked you somehow. What did they do that? Because someone tricked you one time under level 10 wilderness. What did they do? It was like, I don't know, were they dropping items or something? And then they expected you to click on the item, and then did you click on, and you accidentally clicked them, and then there was some scam. Scamming and scheming. What was that one about? I don't remember that clever much. They would drop stuff on the ground, and then a person would come in from another world when they saw the person coming, and then it would and then they would take all your items. I think that was the scam, right? I think so. I'd have to go relook up RuneScape rules. I'm not gonna fucking do that. Did they get your abysmal whip? Did you lose an abysmal whip, buddy? How much was an abysmal whip? Was it 4 mil or was it 700K? I don't remember. How much is an Abbey whip? Abbey whip. Abbey whip. Remember when you got like the rune glaive? That was the first thing you did. You went and got, like, is it called a rune glaive? What is it called? The scimitar. It's called a scimitar. And you had a scimitar and an Abbey whip. And you're like, yeah, that's cool. That's pretty cool, that rune scimitar. Not scimitar. It's called a, what's that thing Raphael has? What's that called? It's a defender. But it's a sword. It's a sword defender. It's a sword shield. Are they called defenders? What were they? Rune defenders? Or That's pretty boring. And there was that fishing, where you fishing with strength. You could fish and train your strength. Are you tired of fishing and just sitting there? Well, this form of fishing, you would increase your strength while fishing. I mean, I guess technically if you were harpooning, because in the fishing skill, when you captured swordfish, you were throwing a pike, like a pike? What do you call those? They were called harpoons. I mean, you should be training your strength. If you did that all day, if all you did all day was throw a harpoon, you'd probably get stronger, but What was that form of fishing, the other form of fishing, where you would train strength? That was called, was it barehanded, or what was it? It was bait. You had to have bait, right? And because you had bait and you had to cut up the fish or something, right? And I don't remember what it's called. Barbarian fishing. Harpoon some swordfish. Would you like some tuna or some swordfish? And then you had to cook them. Yummy, yummy, yummy tuna and swordfish. Lobby pots. Lobby pots. Lobby pots. Lobby pots were below swordfish, right? Swordfish were the king of the castle. Lobbies were second, and then tuna third. For free to play. But they had better shit. They had pizza, and they had some other shit, right? Really, you're doing like a RuneScape deep dive? I'm doing a deep dive, but only using my brain to remember RuneScape. That's pretty boring. Imagine you were sent back in time, and you had to explain RuneScape to somebody, and you couldn't. It was like 500 years ago. There was tuna and swordfish and lobsters and a cage, and it was on a computer. What's a computer? I don't. Or a phone? You could probably play it on a phone. What's a phone? Rune, skimmy, lobster pot, swordfish, tuna. Huh. Don't go into the wilderness or you will get PK'd. These people have attack and strength at like 70 and they have one defense. Their level will look the same level as yours, but they do not have any defense. And they will one hit you with their two-handed rune sword. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. It's pretty dirty. It's a pretty good one though. Uh-huh. Hmm. Yeah, don't make that joke. It's funny to you. I don't think I think it's a little too offensive. You want to do it anyway? You want to do it even though you're in trouble for it? Okay, so remember that weirdo kid? The one from who shot up the elementary school? So here's the joke. There were predators in RuneScape who would trick you into hitting them and they rune two-handed sword you. You were gonna compare that guy to a rune hand. That's not funny, man. That's really not funny. It's kind of funny. It's imagining a person with a rune two-handed sword. That is really not funny. That is not funny, man. Bad joke. Very bad. Bad boy. This is the part where I'll start singing little Biggie John, not Lil Wayne. Who's the one who got arrested? What's his name? Puff Daddy. I'll sing Puff Daddy, and that will get me out of this jam. I think when you get your rune skimmy stolen, I think they used magic to ensnare you, and then it was like 2 or 3. Was it multiple people? Was it a clan trick? It was a clan trick because they put the item on the ground. You either accidentally misclick them, and then 5 or 10 people teleport into the world, and then they take all your shit. I think that was what the scam was. Yeah, I think that's what because it's like one person is the scout, and then the 10 people come in, and bam, you know. There was a honeypot of items on the ground, and I was like, oh boy, oh boy. Very funny. Yeah, that was a really bad joke. You shouldn't have done that one. Hey. No risk, no reward. You're imagining a person two-handing. That's not funny. I told you, don't do two-handed sword jokes against preschoolers and kindergartners. That's not funny. Kind of is. It's a little funny. You should probably try and change the subject to something more palatable. Here's a bank with pillars. What do they have in there? Offices with computers. Some binders with papers. It's pretty good. Pretty good insight there, buddy. Holy night? And then what? Here's a blue bowl. Should be a black bowl. Black bowl is the one that makes your penis hard. Blue bowl is I don't know, what is a blue bowl? It's Merrill Lynch. It's a bank. I thought Merrill Lynch was a trading thing. I wonder why there's so many banks. Why is there a difference between all the banks? I would assume they're just banks and they're all the same. I know there's like credit unions; they have different rules. But what's the deal with all the different banks? I actually don't know. I was actually asking because I don't. Is there actually a difference? On a steel bike. How many bicycles are in there? 20, 40, $40,000, $50,000 worth of bicycles. 30, 50, 100. What do you think the most expensive bicycle in there is? 5K? 4K? Most of them probably run a K. What is the mean, the median, and the mode of a bike store robbery? That one guy stole 2 ukuleles, and they were like, $1,000 each, $800 each, and then he returned them because they had cameras of him stealing the ukuleles. It's a boring story. I'm always on the lookout. I'm secretly casing the joint, actually. This fool up here doesn't know that, thank God. Kill me, kid. Ukuleles. And he just stuck them in his jacket, too. $800 for a ukulele. Yeah, that's a pretty big detour. You're gonna have to go all the way back. You could have just cut down the road and then went right. 23, 85, 18. Tuscumbia's the first. What do they call? There's the Twin Cities, and that's in Minnesota. What is a 4 set? Is it 4 or is it's 3? Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Musselshire. It's 4. Octo? 4 is something. Or a Red Bull? How much do you think all those things, if you could steal that whole fridge, it's only like 30 or 40, it's probably like $100 worth of drinks. Those marijuana ones, those are like $5 each. How many do you think are in there if you could steal one of those? That's way too loud. You need cover to there. I don't think it matters. Thank God. Oh yeah, marijuana drinks. Those are $4 each. If you could steal a whole cooler of those, what do you think there are like 40, 50, 60 of them? 60 times 5 would be. That's not a good theft. The best theft is probably coins, because you want something. It's like Skyrim or Morrowind. You want something high value to low weight. So like gold coins or something. Is there a gold coin place around here? I don't think they have those anymore. There used to be one across the river. Yeah, gold coin place would be like Dennis the Menace. That one guy stole all of Dennis the Menace. That one guy, Christopher Lloyd, he stole all those gold coins. How could a postman have that many gold coins? He's a postman, right? What sort of grift do you think the post office is involved in? They must be involved in some sort of grift if they've the guy's got gold coins. Come on. Mr. Wilson? There's something else going on there. You think that's tin? Is it? It's probably plastic. Oh, here's. I bet that's one of those expensive cameras. 3 for 20,000, was it? So it's like 7K each, 8K each or something. Is that a taxi or a car? It's a car. It's not a taxi. Are there like pimped out taxis? I don't think so. There should be pimped out taxis. You can pay extra for like a pimped out taxi. I don't think there'd be good money in that. There's no good money in pimped out taxis. Are there pimped out Lyft? Like Lyft and Uber? Are there people like, hey, we're doing Lyft and Uber, but I only want like a really cool car. I don't want no fucking Civic or Accord. I want something with panache. And you pay extra for like a panache car? They might do that. I've never actually used Lyft or Uber. Shit. Stealing all those bikes would be you'd have to have a truck, and each bike weighs like 40 pounds. Price per unit weight. What do you think the price? If this was Skyrim, gold per weight is, when you carry stuff, you have to think of it as like gold per weight. You know, because like gold coins are worth like the price of gold, and gold is worth like, what, $2,000 or $3,000 an ounce? You know, a bicycle's not worth $2,000 or $3,000 an ounce. You want to steal something that has like, you know, price per unit weight. What is this? Food? Bacon? Just a big old thing of bacon? Choice? What the fuck is it? Why is there a big thing of fucking bacon right here? It's weird. What the fuck is choice? Cooked bacon? Choice? What the fuck? I left that on. I thought I was going crazy for a second. Is it disco ball? There it is. It's aliens. Aliens. Did someone say, how come it's been in the news? Why do they think that the universe isn't what we thought it was? Did anyone, do you know why they said that? Because there was that one theory about like, if the universe was a cake, we might just be looking at the cherry, and then they think like, you know, because of all the voids and stuff, and they think we might be on the cherry, on the cake, instead of seeing the whole cake. I heard that analogy. I know nothing about cosmology, and but I know a couple of words like voids and what other words do I know about cosmology? Filaments, and then there's filaments and voids, and is it clusters? I don't even fucking know what they call it. Threads? Is it threads or filaments? And they think that it's the cherry, and they used to think, and now they think they don't even know what the cake is. How do they know that? I don't know. I wasn't paying that question because I've heard that from two things now. And I don't remember what the two things were. See, back in the old days, there was only like 50 to 100 people, and you'd remember who told you, hey, did you hear that cosmology might be completely and utterly wrong, and that they think that the background radiation is actually just the cherry? But I don't even remember who told me. Because of YouTube, right? My excuse is YouTube. I can't remember who told me that something about a cherry and a cake and microwave background radiation. So they think that like we don't even know what the cake is anymore. Because we only know what the cherry is. Is that a good analogy? Maybe. It seems like a good analogy, right? I want some cake. That analogy makes me hungry for some cake. Like a nice chocolate cake with coconuts. You can keep the cherry. I'll take chocolate frosting and some coconut frosting and like a layer cake. And that'd be pretty good. Because they're selling a lot of narratives right now. They're selling narratives of like, there's the alien narrative. There's a lot of alien narrative right now. Like there's the alien UFOs that come in and they're like, do they already know about it? Because the UAVs that move like unexplainably. And then there's there's one about the moon. There's something about the moon that was moving. That was like in the day or two, within the past 3 days. Something on the moon was moving. And then, but the answer I got was it was probably just a satellite shadow or something. That's what Google told me. But I don't know. I didn't even know what I was looking at. It was just like something moving on the moon. It could be defect. I really don't know. But it could also be aliens. Oh, UAVs, aliens. The universe is a cake, a cherry. Life is like a cake. Sometimes you think you understand the universe, and then you realize you only understand the cherry. Is that a Forrest Gump joke? I think. I don't think it works. So. So it'd be like if you were an ant and you lived in the desert and you're like, I understand this world. I'm an ant and I live in the desert. And you look up and then you find out there's a rainforest and there's a, I don't know if is that the same analogy? Maybe. I don't understand cosmology. I just know they have filaments and voids. And is it galaxy? What's a filament again? It's like galaxy. It's galaxies. What is a galaxy? A galaxy is like 200 to 400 million stars, I think. So it's like a filament is like thousands or millions of galaxies or something. I think that's what a filament is, right? And there's voids, like a tree roots. It looks like tree roots almost, or and the voids are the empty spots or something. I think so. What if you went over here and that Kit Kat was back? You think the Kit Kat is back? Hope the Kit Kat is back. Maybe you missed it because like it was there for like 7 or 8 or 10 days, and then someone ate it. Like 2 days after you saw it, someone ate it. Because you were like, there's no way a Kit Kat would last this long. And then maybe you were just blind and you missed it. You think there's any candy left? That would be like 15 days ago. When do you think that parade was? Like 15, 20 days ago? The parable of the Kit Kat on the ground. There's no parable in that, man. You can't just make up parables. Yeah, you can. That's what's cool about parables. You just like make them up. See, there was once this Kit Kat on the ground, and it lasted there like 2 weeks. There's no candy left. It's about, it'd be a parable about how there's candy on the ground after a parade, like 2 weeks later. I don't know. At a certain point, they clean up all the stuff. What's the meaning of the parable? And then you found that football, and that was like a week and a half later, right? Is that candy? You do have a flashlight. There's no candy. No candy. Candy, candy, candy. Yes, I'm cleaned it up. About time. 2 weeks late. Harper's? What the fuck is Harper's? I know I've heard it, but Harper's. Here's some Kit. Oh my god! It's not a Kit Kat. What are you? You're not a Kit Kat, are you? Starburst. I had my hopes. My hopes were dashed. Yeah, they cleaned it all up, I think. Anything that happens is because I willed it, even though I literally have no agency over any of this stuff, but I like to pretend it was me. That's pretty funny. Cackle. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What? PP, PP, and then that was PP would be kind of interesting to know what that's an acronym for. It might not be an acronym or a synonym or whatever. Not acronym. What is NASA? It's a. You still haven't looked up what the price per unit mile of a Tesla is, which, of all the things, that would be the one that would be kind of interesting to know. Is it like 4 times cheaper than gas, or is it like half as expensive as gas? Especially if you had like an electric bike. An electric bike, you could go like, if you travel less than 10 miles per day, you could pay like 1/10 the price of gas, probably. You don't have to buy insurance. You don't have to buy, no insurance, no license plate. That's probably pretty good savings, actually. There's the weird red lights. Is it a motion detector? Or is it, I don't know, it's not worth looking up. Now, here's a question about those cameras. They spent so much money on those cameras. Isn't it better to have like a Stalinistic, not Stalin, quantity has a quality all its own. Wouldn't it be better to have like 50 cameras that are like $100 each? 50 times 100 would be, I don't know, like 20. Yeah, I don't know. That's, I don't know how that, you're assuming that the thing told you that it's like cheaper to do. Or you have to have like accountability built into it or something. I don't know. It's can't be hackable or something. I don't know. I hacked the cameras. If you can hack the cameras, that'd be kind of cool. I don't think that's easy. It takes more skill than you have. Hacky, 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 hack the cameras. Price per unit weight. Diamonds would be a good theft. So you want to steal like from a diamond place, especially a diamond wholesaler. Diamonds per unit weight would be good. Would be really good. Gold. Platinum. What is platinum's price? Is platinum more expensive than gold? Processors. RAM. What do you think RAM per? If you buy 250, if you buy a gig, 32 gigs of RAM per unit weight per unit, weight per unit, money. There's a truck coming through tomorrow. They are carrying RAM. We're gonna do a truck heist of RAM. What if there was a truck heist tomorrow of RAM and then they blame you? That'd be kind of funny. You shouldn't make jokes about boosting RAM trucks. Did you watch the first 5 minutes of that Ernest Goes to Camp? It was him on a ladder. You want to finish watching that? It was on a Russian website too, because I couldn't find it. I mean, the first one that gave a good result was a Russian site. Do you want the Russians knowing you're watching Ernest Goes to Camp? They had like a 3-wheeling vehicle. Like, why? I guess people thought the 3-wheel vehicle was good. Those are dangerous though, don't they tip? It must save like money because it's easier to do a steering system on a 3-wheel probably. I wonder why they did 3-wheel, because it's like he was using it to carry stuff. You know, if you're going to carry stuff, I'd want 4 wheels. And he has a rope, and he's like, ah! And then the rope, he runs out of rope, and then he falls off the ladder. Yeah, classic Ernest. Something about fighting words. You were thinking about the concept of fighting words, because I don't know the legal definition of that, and they don't really show. I need to find like a bunch of like, because I'm a robot, right? And I need permutations of the concept of what would legally be a fighting word. And then you were thinking of like, you know, because fighting words are the concept that it's like it justifies violence, right? Like So, but then the other theory is that the first person to be violent is the one who looks like the bad person, right? So you want to be the person who doesn't do violence because the unhinged person is the violent person, right? So then you have it's a competitive game, but then there's the concept of fighting words, and with fighting words, it bypasses that legally, I think. So like, I don't entirely understand. I mean, I can guess like body language a little bit, like if you were walked up to someone in the middle of the street and you started screaming like, yeah, I don't know, really loudly in a certain, maybe that'd be fighting words. I don't know. I did see permutations of fighting words. What legally constitutes that? They don't show that either because I've only seen it in text, and it's very vague, so it doesn't give like. There needs to be like 10 permutations of me being able to directly see it. There's a conspiracy. It's a made-up idea. Interesting. Oh, and then and just now you're thinking of like when people say Donald Trump is Hitler, is that fighting words? Is he allowed to deck them? If someone called you like, "Hey, you're Hitler," could you legally deck them in the face? Is that a fighting word? I don't know. That was where it went. The joke went. The joke was actually initially about something else, but then it went, what is a fighting word? Because I mean, technically, you have freedom of speech, and if you walk up to someone, if someone's talking and you deck them in the face, you're the anti-freedom of speech person, right? Like, Bob's talking about how blah blah blah, and you go up and deck them in the face. That's not legal, right? Because that's you're taking away that person's freedom. You're saying, hey, if you speak, you will get punched. But then there's what are fighting words then? Yeah, that's a queer and present danger, I think is the concept, right? Or something like that. Is that a movie? That's a movie with Harrison Ford. I don't think that's the rule. What is the rule then? It's like, I haven't tried to figure that one out. I gotta figure that one out. Really, really loud screaming, right? Because the extremist version would be all free speech is free speech, right? But I don't think they give that one away, right? Like you can't. I don't think that's illegal. I don't think they give a free. It's not It's not anything. It's not everything, right? It's. I don't know. What are fighting words? I need a better understanding of that word, I think. Couldn't tell you. I might actually have to look into that a little better. Normally, it's a bad idea to be the first person to do violence. That's normally the rules of society. But then, it's but they give the there's the old stand your ground law. I don't know that one because that's a Florida thing, right? Whatever that one means, I don't. There's exceptions to the rule. Fighting words and stand your ground. I don't know that one though entirely. I'm walking down the sidewalk and there's another person, and I refuse to move out of his way, and he refuses to move out of my way, and we both pull guns on each other and shoot each other. That'd be kind of cool. Does that stand your ground? I don't know. I'm not a legal expert. I can't tell you. And then what? I don't know. That was a question. This is a video game, and you're an NPC. So what basically happens is that a dead cat or a dead raccoon? I can't tell. I think it's a cat. It's a raccoon, right? I'm not messing with it any more than that. If you mess with it more than that, they'll start calling you like what's his face? Fiddlesticks? Very funny. Well, so what was it? It's legal justifications for violence, right? And then you're saying stand your ground, which is a Florida rule, which is I don't remember what that one was. It's stand your ground. I'm standing here. I don't remember. I need to look that one up again. And then fighting words, I've read it before, and I've spent like 10 minutes reading about it, and I never got a visual idea of what it is. Is it just societal? Is it just like if a jury will call it fighting words? So like, is it like your mom's a whore? Is that fighting words, or what is it? What makes something fighting words? I don't know. That's a good one. That's a good question. You basically have to trick it. Is it trick a jury or trick a judge? Remember, my worldview is that violence is the inherent human desire, and it's masqueraded by fear created by society. Remember, this is a Hobbesian interpretation of human existence that I'm throwing out here. So I am violence held down by a lid of society. Is that a legitimate interpretation of I think so. But then you get like exceptions with like stand your ground and but you're really just biting at the bit. Is biting at the bit. That's a good one. Biting at the bit. He secretly is like biting at the bit. Interesting. I think that's how that works. I don't think if you say that out loud, I think you're not allowed to do anything now. So because then you lose the jury's you lose all the jury's he was innocent. He did not want. No, he admitted he really wanted to. The jury's not gonna take your side now. Because that's really all this is about, is getting the jury on your side. You're saying all of life is just a popularity contest about tricking the jury into, but there's no actual rules behind any of it, is what you're saying, right? I think that's what he's saying. What is stand your ground? Hey, this is my drug corner. Is that stand your ground? Maybe. Is it drug corner? Standing your ground? Is that? Was there a movie called Stand Your Ground back in the early 2000s? There might have been. Fighting words. What are fighting words? I'm at a bar and a person's like, "Are you using that stool?" And I'm like, "Fighting words." The jury's not gonna like that one. I don't think you can fight over that. What are fighting words then? It's made up. Like, don't you understand? This world is a video game, and people come into this world, and then they aren't part of the world. They're external people who pay money to come into this world and play the game, and they're not bound by the rules of this game. You're just an NPC who's playing by rules. They come in to have fun. It's like GTA. If you want to understand human nature, what is the first person if a person plays GTA, what's the first thing they do? They run people over with their car. They kill hookers. The only thing that keep holding society together is the inability to get away with it. That's not nice. Oh, you're funny. Proof of what humans actually are. What's the first person people do? They rob banks, they kill hookers, they run over pedestrians. The only thing keeping them in line is a person, that's not nice. And you want me to have respect for humans? Fuck no. I know who you are. I know what GTA is. Very funny. What is today? Thursday? Tomorrow's Friday. Is today Friday or? It's Friday now. You started on Thursday, right? Yeah, I got no ideas now. You gotta change. Gotta find a better subject. Christmas trees. Porches. So here's the short story. A person pays $10 a month to come down to this earth and have some fun. And, you're like, hey, can you get out of my way? And they're like, that's fighting words. And they're not bound by the rules of this world because they're paying $10 a month to come down to this. This is a server world, as in like, fucking branch. God damn it. What the fuck was that? Class? Interesting analogy. It's a server. Have you ever noticed how irrational the world is? That's because you're an NPC, and the reason this world exists is, people want to have some fun. They come down, and then, God damn it, this is terrible. There's too many branches on this side of the street. That's an interesting story. Have you ever noticed that a lot of these phrases and concepts don't actually match what you see in reality? Well, that's because you're an NPC, and that's not how this is designed, okay? Interesting. Hey, look, I was standing my ground. Hey, it's not your property. I'm standing my ground. It's not your property. I'm standing my ground. I don't think that's... It doesn't... Yeah, the phrases don't mean anything. They're just kind of meaningless, empty phrases. Your Honor, I was standing my... 100 years in jail / the lethal injection. Oh, there's that cool Facebook group, and they show just the news of this area. A judge got in a lot of trouble, and then what else? Oh, they show all the arrestee pictures. Those are kind of funny to look at. And then what else? Oh, someone got beat up in Sheffield or something, and that sounds sad. I don't know the whole story of that, and that was sad. And then you were gonna ask, what is this? Is this Hardee's? Was this a Hardee's, or is this something else? I should ask you one of the fucking TJs. How many people was at TJs? Was it like 500 or something? They had a website, didn't they? You probably want to do, or go to UNA. Maybe UNA has something. Do they archive everything? They should just archive it and throw it on the internet. Then you don't have to pay. Then you don't have to come down to UNA. It makes UNA feel like superfluous, whatever that word means. What does superfluous mean? Like, they want you to go down to UNA probably and look through some. They could just take pictures and throw it on the internet, but that's, It's called gatekeeping. Is it gatekeeping? I don't know if it's gatekeeping, but it's something. What if you had like a map and it had pictures and a rough estimate of what year it was, and it had like, you could look at a picture and it was like a little dot and it gave the year, and you could filter them by year that it was taken, and then because as the years go by, pictures became more cheaper, right? Like the 50s, people had cameras during World War II, but did your average person have a camera? That would be an interesting question. Statistical average number of people who had a camera. Mm-hmm. That would be kind of like a plot line. Mm-hmm. 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 And then you'd have as the years go by, the number of pictures per year. If they had a full archive of all pictures taken, it would go up quite a bit, right? It would be like 10 pictures, 50 pictures, the first, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Then it would just exponentially grow. Something like that. Mm-hmm. I just want to know, was this a Hardee's? I think it was a Hardee's when I was a kid. I think it was a Hardee's. I don't know. I want some Hardee's. I want some bacon. You should go back and get that bacon. You want to cook? You could cook some bacon. I think there's some bacon in the fridge. You can put it in the oven, and then put the bacon on the. Do you have a pizza? You don't have any pizzas left. Do you have a pizza dough? I think you might have a pizza dough. You can make a pizza. You could cook the bacon, and then put the pizza dough. But it takes like 25 minutes to cook bacon. You want to cook them both at the same time? I want some bacon now. Or some cake. Bacon or cake? I don't think you have any cake. I don't want a cherry. I don't like cherries. I'm not going to eat the cherry. There's no cherries, right? So, cake with some frosting. Hippies? That's a hippie place, right? Oh, you're doing the thing about New Age. New Age used to be the thing in Books A Million. It meant like spirit and you already did this joke, right? Like the one about if you can look in someone's eyes and they're like, that person, I hope that person dies, right? I think you already did that one. Fuck. Oh, and the conservatives call that bad attitude. The hippies call it karmas and spirit auras, probably. That's not a bad joke. That's kind of a. Then you have the dialectics one, where like the left calls it dialectics, the right calls it competition. I think is that how they? I mean, they use different words for the same fucking thing, but they act like they're different. It's like Burger King and McDonald's, and which they are completely 100% different. Did you know in Soviet Russia, if you did not agree with the Soviets, they called you crazy? So the whole concept is craziness is just a social construct, even for the left. Yeah, I think they did that in Soviet Russia too, right? Spoiler: it's about getting the jury to like you. That's all this is about. Your Honor, local hero, local. Okay, how do you do this joke correctly? What do you call? Oh man, I can't even. I gotta figure out what it is. It's actually pretty funny. It's local. What's the term for like a local hero? Local native son selling drugs on drug corner. Drug dealer comes up to corner, says, "This is my corner." He stands his ground. Local hero. Oh, that's kind of. No. You have to word that one better to get it to work. Your Honor, I was telling him his mother was a whore. I was using my free speech. How about that one? I don't know. That's a good question. What is the difference between fighting words and free speech? I really don't know. That's a good question. Someone would have to explain that one to me. It's about the jury. You just have to trick the jury. It's about tricking the jury. Have you not figured this out yet? That's all this fucking world is tricking the jury. Your Honor, I was stealing from this guy's house, and he walked up to me and he said, "What are you doing in my house?" And I stood my ground and I blew his brains out. And if you can trick the jury into calling that stand your ground, they'll let you off. There actually aren't rules. It's a good one. It's a good one. Very. Hey, this isn't your house. I'm standing my ground. Interesting. I think you're completely misusing that term, but I'm enjoying it nonetheless. I really do need to know. I need to read. I've looked it up before. I just don't remember what it is. It's from Florida, right? It's like a Florida rule? Huh. Like a bush, or is it Santos or Santas? Or... Huh. Lefties take over Yale administrative building. They send in the police. They stood there. No. Okay, you're just purposefully misusing terms here. Whatever. So, I'll tell you one thing. The Indians should have stood their ground a little better. Hey, in Hoi 4, there's a thing called standing ground, which is an order that it gives a defensive bonus, maybe 10, 20%, and they're not allowed to retreat. But if you lose the unit, you take a morale loss, like a popularity loss? It's a popularity loss, right? Stand your ground. Like Paulus did not stand his ground. He surrendered. Fucking piece of shit. Stand that ground, buddy. You got the baton, man. Why didn't you not stand your ground? Interesting. Stalin had the stand your ground order, right? I don't think they did that in the stand that ground. Santos, Santas, something like that. So what would be like a common sense? Someone's robbing. There was that story, I think it was Florida. Was it Florida? Where the guy was being robbed and then the robber runs away and the guy shoots him in the back. Would that be stand your ground? I don't. That was a case I think I once saw. Did that guy get arrested for that, or did they let him off? Because he was getting robbed, but then he caught the guy and the guy ran off, but he shot him in the back. If I remember correctly, that was. I don't know. I need to have to relook that up. I might look that one up. What is standard? And I might try and find a better explanation of fighting words. I need to see actual real world examples of what people have gotten off on for that to work. Because I don't actually understand that one. Guy gave me a funny eye look. I had to, they were fighting eyes. Does that one work? You think there's fighting eyes? Fighting words? Fighting eyes? Gotta trick that jury, dog. I do like the one about the Indians. The Indians should have stood their ground a little better. That was kind of funny. You want to go Chisholm? You want to go this way? I'm going to go this way. My toes hurt. You want to go the other way? My toes hurt. Go the other way. I think it's faster. What are you? A lady Mexican geisha flowers. Indian guy carrying a damsel in distress. She buxom. Neither of them are buxom, so pass. How come Civet AI sometimes lets you use buxom? Sometimes it'll flag it. They really fucked up Civet AI. Come on, man. Give me back my NSFW generations, please. I do not like doing SFW generations. Still lets you use corset. And then if you use too many of it's almost like they put weights to the words, and if you have too many of the same weighted words, it flags it or something. Anything to circumvent the rules. Actually, to be fair, sometimes you get so desensitized that looking at when I was young, there was this thing called non-nude, and I'll tell you, I like non-nude just as much as I like pornography sometimes, because the imagination is more important than the some Brazilian lady having a 10. It's like the Olympics of. Actually, kind of interesting. The Olympics of pornography? Really? Today on the Olympic porn? Really? Extreme? They called it extreme sports. That was like snowboarding. And skateboarding? It's not really. You're going a little too. What does it smell? Nothing. I thought I smelled something. Nothing. Then what? Thing's still on. 3:47. So you'll do like a 4:30. Probably a 4:30. Local gang says they're going to stand their ground against the police. Really? You're just going to make up? Hey, I get an idea in my head, and then I go so many permutations. It's not good. I remember those like high rises, and Trump was like, "We don't like that the high rises are getting taken." Those gangs need to stand their ground. I don't think that's what they meant by stand your ground. I think what they meant is like a white guy standing his ground on his property, shooting like an ethnic person or something. I think that's what they mean by stand your ground, not like a gang holding their fucking high rise or something. So it's not what it sounds like. It sounds like it applies to everybody. Like everybody stand your. No, it's just for certain people. Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, you don't actually expect rules to apply to everybody, do you? That's why they're called rules. There are no rules. There never were, you dumbass. There was that GTA video where they said, like, what rules? Like, you can walk around with an AK in broad daylight. No, you can't. It's not an AK, right? But it's a normal gun. You can, right? But I mean, like, statistically, I've seen people with pistols on their hip, but I've never seen anybody in a public setting with an AR-15. And I think you can do that in GTA, right? Like, you can just walk around. But they do it. Did they arrest you if you had an RPG? Like, if you were walking around with an RPG, you get arrested for that. Like, you legally... I forgot the answer to that. Can you walk around? I think they arrest you for just having it in the game, too. Whatever, I should have paid more attention to that video. Yeah, you should have paid way more attention. How do you hide an RPG 9 or whatever the fuck they have in that game? I didn't play GTA 5. How do you hide that in your clothes? Because I need to figure out a way to do that too. I mean, you can kind of hide a pistol, but you can't. You couldn't hide an AR-15 or an M6 folding stock, maybe a little bit. I don't know. Weren't there certain video games where you could only carry like 2 weapons? I think they started doing that in some of the games, right? Like, that was Halo, I think, where you could only carry. And then you had to choose. If you got like another one, you had to be like, oh, I'll throw this one on the ground. Technically, am I trespassing? This is the question I was asking. Is this trespassing? It's a gray zone of legality, I think. I'd have to look up the exact rules of what is I mean, if you go 20 feet in, the farther you go in, the more of a higher chance you are of trespassing, probably. I have to look. There's probably some precedent or something. You're allowed to walk on their sidewalks, right? But it's like 2 o'clock, right? What time is it? Like 2? It's 1:58 and 40 seconds. You know, like, you have no reason, I have no reason to be on their porch right now, right? That would be, but if it was the middle of the day, I could walk up to their porch and be like, I was thinking of selling them vacuums or something. I don't know how that works exactly. I'm a traveling vacuum salesman. Yeah, you want a vacuum? I'm selling them. Where's your paperwork? I forgot it. Have you ever sold a vacuum? I'm still working on my first sale, man. Oh, there was that video about AI, and this person was like, you know how there's drop shipping? You know what drop shipping is? That's where you're just a middleman, and you go to like China, and you go, hey, what are you selling? And then you're like, hey, I'm opening up my own store, and you don't even have to have a store, and then you sell stuff to people, but they're really just buying it from China. That's called like drop shipping. And there's this new one called like AI drop shipping, where it's like, you just take 2 jargon words, and you don't have to understand either of them, and then you make a lot of money. That's how that works. And you do no work. It's a good system. It had something to do with AI. Like, the person was like, you do something with AI, and then you make a bunch of money, and you don't understand why you're making money, but you make money because you listen to this person talk about how if you take AI and then you take like drop shipping and or something that you don't understand, you'll make like $800 a week. And I was like, that sounds too good to be true. And then I was like, nah, that doesn't make sense. AI plus me not understanding what's going on, I should be able to make $800 a week or something, or a day. And I was 100% convinced to do it. What was the actual pitch that they did? It was like AI plus... Was it drop shipping? It wasn't drop shipping, but it sounded just like drop shipping. Oh well. That person made like $30,000 a month, which is, was it 28? What was the actual number that they claimed? It was pretty big. It's a pretty nice chunk. All through the magic of AI. It was funnier when I was watching the video because in my head it was like, it's clearly a scam, right? It was on your phone because you have ad block on your computer. You don't have ad block on your phone. So whenever I watch YouTube videos on my phone, I'm always stuck watching ads. But on my computer, I have ad block, right? I think so. How come YouTube hasn't gotten a way to like get rid of that yet? Didn't they try? Because I remember there was this part where like, I remember for like a week or two, I would go to a YouTube site and they'd be like, you're using ad blocker. You can't watch videos. But then that went away. So how did they stop that? Because I was actually scared there for a second because I don't think I'd watch YouTube if I had to watch ads. If you're watching ads right now, you're a fucking retard. I just want to tell you that because like, I've watched like very few ads on my phone. On my computer, I've watched very few YouTube ads because, like you can get ad blocker and so I don't even know. Maybe that's why people don't. I like YouTube because it has no ads for me. But when I have my phone, it has ads, which is kind of annoying. So I was in the bathroom taking a shit or something, and this person was telling me about, or was I taking a shower? And I was watching like a YouTube video or I was listening to it, and like this person was talking about like drop shipping or AI drop shipping or something. I think that's what it was. So there's a lot of money to be made by, you take AI and then you do something that you don't really deserve any money for, and you magically make money. It's a pretty good system. There's actually probably a lot of money to be made with AI. I just don't know how. What would make money? Making movies with dead people probably would make some money. But then you have to pay copyright probably. Let's see what else. You should do like a 1-minute joke about AI and your prediction about the future war. I like that joke actually. It's kind of funny. Because it's kind of mean. You got a little mean twinge in there. You want to practice it? Let's practice it, buddy. So during World War II, Americans would fly 100, 200, 500, 1,000 bomber raids over Germany. In the future war with China, America will fly 10 bombers over a city. They will drop bombs. The bombs will open, and the bombs will open to have, let's say, 10 to, I don't know, like 1,000 drones. And the drones will go and kill the top 1%, the top 5% of the city because they have used AI to map out the city. Because let's be honest, 95% of you people are fucking nobodies and you don't matter. You literally can't even think for yourselves. And the only thing that matters is the 1% and the 5%. Really? You're going to turn it into like a... Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Society's going to have to think about that. If there is a future war and they can just pinpoint the actual people that matter, because like, let's be honest, most of these people don't matter, right? Like, the way, the people at the top are actually going to have to share information. Otherwise, if they get pinpointed out by the, the hierarchy, because if you can just hit all the node things, and I'm saying like people, with like communism of information based on wartime communism of information based on, but that's not normally how it works. Normally they hide information quite a lot because they want, like I don't know, it's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that one. I was just playing with an idea. I apologize in advance if you're offended. It's merely meant to be a joke about how 95% of people literally have no muscles in certain parts of their body. Do you even lift, bro? Do you even lift, bro? You're gonna take that term and then it's called what did they call it in the 2000s? They called it not reappropriation. It's called corruption. It's a corruption of the word. It's a he puts his hands in the air. I can't remember the. Before cultural Marxism, there was what was it called before that? It was called corruption. It was called something corruption. It was, God damn it! I gotta remember these terms better. It's where you use a term incorrectly in a way that the people who don't want you to use it. Do you even lift, bro? And what he's actually saying is you're a bunch of fucking retards and you don't use your brains because your brains are like the size. You have 2-inch brains when you should have like 10-inch, 12-inch, 16-inch brains. Really? You're just gonna reappropriate. It's reappropriation, baby. Funny, very funny. Do you even lift, bro? To be fair, I haven't done math in so long. Anyone can kick my ass at math now. Damn it, I need to lift, bro. Very funny. How does one lift, bro? Using you imagine. So here's a tactic for lifting, bro. You imagine that whoever's in charge just magically disappears. What would you do if you had to be in charge of something? That's how you. It's like a thought experiment. Like it's a. Imagine, something just magically disappears. How would you build it if you had to build it? Could you build a gun on your own? I don't know how to build gunpowder. I don't really know. I'm not a gunsmith. What could you build if you had to go back to 1400s? What could you build on your own? It's kind of a thought experiment. I can't do anything. I'm completely stupid at all this, so I can't really tell. Okay, so then what? That's the end of this joke, I think. I don't know where it was going. Where was this joke going? It wasn't going anywhere. What were you doing before this joke? It was about... Do you lift, bro? What was before that? Something about land, vacuum cleaners, stealing stuff, weight per unit value. So like gold coins, diamonds, bicycle thief. And then what was before that? Lights, and there was that joke about that guy. But it was a two-handed rune sword. And then you imagine that, which kind of made you chuckle. But that was a stupid joke to make because you're going to get a bunch of trouble for that joke. And then there was the joke before that. What was before that? Shit, I don't remember. I don't remember anything before that. Fuck. What was before that? You walked down the Cox Creek, right? There was that guy who screamed at you. That was really early on. And then what was after that? This is a cop's informant right here. You want to know who the informant is? That guy. He snitched. Stand your ground, okay? No. Yeah, that was a stand your ground joke. That was when you were near UNA. You were doing like a stand your ground joke. If you're gonna do private sources, what are they called? Police informants. You want to do it not so publicly, probably. Do you think that's a public informant? An informant? Yes, I'm gonna get someone killed for this. They have to do it more secret than that, right? Like, how would you secretly do a if you had to do your own police informant secret liaison? How would you do it? I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. There's that one movie with Keanu Reeves. You wear one of those suits. Oh, that's just two cops canoodling. I thought they were doing a PI, but they're not. They're just canoodling themselves. Yeah, that one with Keanu Reeves is actually pretty good because you have to wear the fake suit and it makes you like a fake person. That's actually a really weird movie. I don't think it makes sense in this context. The stand your ground joke is actually kind of interesting as a concept. And the fighting words is another interesting concept, which could be further delved into to hijack the word. Hijacking words is kind of a fun concept. It's one of my, it's a good hobby to have. Always take someone else's words and make them trip on them. It's a fun little tactic. I think it's called, like, is that called passive aggressive, or is it? It's not aggressive aggressive. Aggressive aggressive is where you make your own words up, and then by beating the shit out of somebody, you make them use your words, right? Passive aggressive is where you don't have the spirit of their spirit, but you use their words, but not with the spirit of their spirit, right? I think it's the difference between aggressive aggressive and passive aggressive, right? It's kind of like I was talking about New Age. New Age, there's spirits and karmas and auroras, and then the conservatives call it bad attitude, good attitude, right? It's the same thing, but it's the same fucking thing, right? It's yeah, passive aggressive, aggressive aggressive. Did you do the joke about like how you thought it was regionalism? You know, you have like, do you identify as an Alabamian? Do you identify as a Californian? Do you identify as a Georgian, a United Statesian? And then you were going to compare that to like, what's the difference between that and like communism? If you identify as something other than an individual, doesn't that make you a communist, kind of? I think you're just kind of stretching the concept of the word. I don't know if that works. You'd be socialist. You're socialist as a pro. You know, I'm a Californian. I'm an Alabamian. I'm a New Yorker. Is it a socialism then? Something like that. Populism? Better red than dead. Nice. Nice save. Better dead than red is the actual phrase you were looking for. You mixed it up, but not on purpose. Actually, did not do that. I meant better dead than red, not better red than dead, right? Yeah, that's what you fucked that up. You fucked it up bad. Like, your goal was to do better dead than red. Shit. Why does it have a porch on top of it? And what is it anyway? It's got to be like a office for those people, because it doesn't even have a place to park. Is it for the people on the other side of those trees? You know, what'd be really cool is if you had like 5 or 6 of those all over the. If you live somewhere, if you lived in like New York City, and you had like 5 or 6 of those, you know, just around like different places. That's Do you have a pizza crust in the fridge? I think you got a pizza crust in the fridge. You have some pepperoni. I think you have sauce. I think you have cheese. And then I think there's a thing of bacon you can cook. And you have sausage too, because you cooked all that sausage. Yeah, that'll be good. How do they do private informants without getting them killed? It's a good question. Anonymous they probably use like, what was that shit Tucker Carlson was using to get through his chats? They probably have like a chat system they could probably use. That'd be, then they don't have to meet and, you know, because that's how they get in trouble, right? Because Probably. What was that thing you was using? What are the? You should look into like the actual private Snapchat or the private chat programs. How good are they? I don't know. That's why I just told you to fucking look it up, man. All because your toes ached. You didn't want to do the full thing. Whatever. It was long enough. Bud Light, buddy Light. It's Bud Light, not Buddy Light. What else? What else? I think you're out of ideas. I need more ideas. So what was the moral? What was the takeaway? You still have like 20 minutes, man. You can't do the takeaway yet. The takeaway was pee, but that's from 2 days ago, yesterday. What else was it about? It was about you still haven't looked up the price of electricity and miles per electricity on a Tesla, and you've been thinking about that for like at least a month or two, right? I'm not gonna remember any of this. Shit. Oh, you want to do the UAV joke? You want to do the future war UAV joke as a standalone 1-minute joke? It's kind of mean. It's kind of a mean little joke. I kind of like it. I like the meanness of it. I love a good mean joke. Was there any moral? In the beginning, you were talking about that kid used to fight. What was that? And then it was The Hobbit. That was pre-2000, right? So that was before the movies. What else was there? Don't look at me, man. I don't know what the fuck this shit's about. Oh, there's that. You should do the Chinese joke where you're like, the 4 people. I can only name 4 Chinese people from history, and then you not Google it, but you do like the ChatGPT thing where it's like, tell me the 20 most influential Chinese people, and I still won't remember any of their names, even though I've done this before. And then there's one of them I know about because they wrote a book and it has something about dreams, but I don't know. That might be because of Mao's wife. Like Mao's wife was like that crazy bitch. You were doing some rant about your head and about her. She was like a crazy bitch. She killed all the other actresses or something, or she went after the actresses because she was an actress. You had some joke about like Scarlett Johansson killing other actresses because she lost a part to him or something. It was funny to me. I don't remember the context of the joke. I can only remember that it was about like actresses being bitchy. If they got in power, they'd like go after their actress rivals or something. And it's related to like Mao's wife. Which is, funny. To me, it's funny, but I don't think it'd be. Mm-hmm. 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 Kill me, kid. You kill me. Mm-hmm. 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 What else was there? I can't remember any of this shit, man. This one's short enough that you can probably throw it in. Because that 10, you haven't put any of them in ChatGPT in a while. Because that 10-hour one, you're gonna have to break into 4 pieces. And if I remember correctly, you were just whining most of the time, right? You're like, my feet hurt, my feet hurt. Chinese food, my feet hurt. I think that was like half of it, right? So it'd be pretty shitty. Mm-hmm. It's 10 hours, so that'd be like 5 breakups. You have to break it up into 5 sections, and then put it in a notepad, and then Is that a light? Am I hallucinating, or where's the lights? Where are the lights coming from? There was a disco lights at that one place. That was downtown, right? That was disco lights. The confidential informant thing. There's no joke in that though. I think that was just kind of a question you had, like, about how do they get away? It's all about, snitches get riches, as Paul Revere once said, snitches get riches. You're stealing a Colin Quinn joke on that one. You're playing fast and loose. It's not really your joke. It's more like you took it and you sort of did a rhyme with it, but his was better, I think, on that one, because, Paul Revere was a snitch. Epstein was a CIA agent? Isn't that what they say? Like, I don't know. That's a cool theory. He was a snitch. Maybe. Yeah, the reason they're doing all this GPU shit, they're just mapping society out so they can figure out, like, the 1% and the 5% to hit. Because the rest of you people are just like, the second the 1% and the 5% disappear, you guys are just like we don't know nothing. What the fuck? It's my impression of, like, a retard. Okay. They probably actually are doing that. I would not surprise me if they map the societies out before you go to war. In the old days, you just firebomb the whole city. Now you just go in there, you kill the 1%, the 5%, and then you just replace them with your own elites, because most of these people are they don't know. You know what I mean? I told you, you gotta stop being so mean. If you want the jury to like you, you gotta stop being so mean. The jury is made up of kill me, kid. You kill me. You're listening carefully. Reappropriation of the concept of "do you lift, bro?" I like that one. I like that one way too much. I like it more than I should like it. Doody da dee dee da do. Doody doo dee da do. Doody doo 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 doo. Dude, I do not lift, bro. I'm not gonna do that, okay? I heard what happens when you lift, bro. Uh-huh. And then stand your ground. You're gonna corrupt that term, and then I'm gonna corrupt the term fighting words, right? I'm gonna corrupt it all. I'm here to corrupt and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Okay. It wasn't corruption. They used the word corrupt. They used another word, right? It wasn't degradation. It was like Just trying to remember back to when you would like listen. I would listen to AFN. You would hate like a hate, like a hate fuck. It's like a hate fuck, but I'd listen to AFN, but with the intention of like hate fucking it. You're a sick little puppy, aren't you? What was the verbiage they used? God damn it! I gotta remember this shit. Corruption. It wasn't cultural Marxism. This was pre-2010. What the fuck term were they using? It wasn't postmodernism. What were they calling evil back then? What was that term? Damn it. It should stick in my head a little better. It would have been like back in the cultural erosion, it wasn't like cultural degeneracy, was it? Was it like cultural appropriation? Cultural appropriation is like a leftist term. That's when like I wear an afro as a white person. I'm not allowed to wear an afro because like I'm culturally appropriating it or something. I don't think they wouldn't use that verbiage, right? What verbiage would they have used? I actually kind of like that joke about the New Age versus conservative worldviews. Now they actually see things exactly the same. They just put different words on it. I actually kind of like that one too. Shit. I might have to do those. And then your punchline could be like, same thing. I don't know, is that a punchline? Punchline is it's the same thing. Auroras, crystal colors. And then the fighting words one, where it's like, like what is a fighting word? To be honest, I actually don't know. If you call someone Hitler, is that fighting words? If I walked up to a random person, I was like, "You're Hitler," are they allowed to punch me for that? I don't know the legality of that. I really do need to get a better concept of like what is a fighting word and what is not a fighting word. Stand your ground. That one, I just find the idea of that funny, it being misused. Just funny, not like, please don't do that, but it's funny. I would like to see it just from a comedic. You misused the word. They didn't mean it like that. Okay. What else? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the end of this. You still have like 5 minutes left. You gotta stand your ground. Fighting words. Auroras. It was auroras, right? It was positive and negative attitude versus new age. Auroras and soul alignments or something. And then, what else? PP? You want to Google PP? What does PP stand for? Piss piss. What does a Tesla cost to run per mile? There's something in here about oil, right? Like there's grades of oil. I've heard that term before. I don't remember what it was about, but there's grades of it, right? I'm not going to Google that. That's way too in the weeds for my... But I did hear it once that there are grades of it. I thought it was just black stuff they took out of the ground. Nope, it's more complicated than that. That sucks. What else was there? ChatGPT will tell me maybe. If this is short enough, you can break it up into 2 sections probably, and then it'll remind you of what you ranted and delusionally. There was a part about you wanted to know like what the property, you want a map, and then you wanted a map of all the pictures taken, based geolocated with the time, so you could search through them based on, like you could see everything from a time. If you had perfect knowledge, you could be like, I want to know what this looked like 100 years ago, and you'd have but they don't have that picture probably. They wouldn't have that knowledge probably. You're just wanting omniscience, and you're going to get limited. There's limited information to read backwards from. You have to fill in the blanks, I think. I mean, they have that to some degree, like search. You can do search through based on timestamp maybe. I don't know if they have that for all pictures, and eventually all pictures will probably be geolocated and timestamped to some degree. But the old ones, like the old ones from the black and white and stuff, they didn't have the fucking GPS shit. Oh man, I'm tired. Your water bottle? You should have waited like 3 or 4 minutes before you tried to come back up with what you had talked about. I like that idea of having 5 little mini pads located everywhere, like one downtown, one near Walmart. That's kind of a cool idea. What do you think that is? Is that the boss is hey, I gotta sleep, I'm gonna go take a nap? You think that's the boss's secret bungalow? Because there's no car entrance to it, right? It's got to be for that. Right? What do you think it is? I don't know. It's just maybe. What else you got? You had something about GTA. You had a whole Hobbs thing about Hobbs and Iraq, and you had a thing about the first thing people do when they play GTA is they go run people over and kill hookers. So society is a big scam, and that deep down people are all sociopaths. You had that whole rant. What else do you have? I don't remember. It's some bullshit. I can't remember this stuff yet. What were you doing from you did, the guy screamed at you. That was at that intersection. And what did you do from there all the way to downtown? Ugh, I don't remember. Oh, you were talking about memories and how if you're in a good mood you have good ideas, and if you're you had a toothache or something. Not a toothache. Your jaw ached. Swear to God, this shit is so fucking forgettable. It seems so important, and yet, it's pretty trivial. You were on a roll. You thought you were on a roll in the beginning. Were you on a roll? Probably not, but you thought you were, right? Was it good? It was actually not good. You just felt like it was good because your brain chemistry was going, hey, these are good ideas, but they're actually pretty mediocre and low tier. Shit. Oh well. Oh well. And there was that whole thing, yeah, because like some of these last walks, you've had whole hour-long things where all you did was like nothing of intelligence came out of your mouth, and then sometimes you actually have semi-decent ideas. I think this was I think this was like a 7 or an 8 of ideas. There was less stupid noises. The beginning was a little better than the end, probably. The end, you were kind of, making shit up. What is Palantir? What was the thing that Tucker Carlson was using to make secret phone calls with? What is That's not Palantir. It's something else. I don't know. It's not Skype. Skype disappeared this year, right? That's what that YouTube. You were talking about YouTube videos and how in the old days you knew who was in a town, but now YouTube can just like implant ideas into people's heads. And the person doesn't even have to come into the town? Was it something like that? Maybe? You were comparing that to like that movie, The Music Man or something? Or... In your head you were. I don't think you used the term Music Man, but you were thinking of the Music Man where the guy's like a charlatan? I think that's what was going through your head. Yeah. Something about selling instruments or something? Was that in there? I think so. Oh, and then you tried to explain RuneScape. You were at the park. You were trying to explain RuneScape as if you were explaining it to someone who lived like 500 years ago. Something about lobsters and harpoons and tuna. And barbarian fishing. Yes. Okay. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Okay. Oh, there was a predator. The totem pole of predators. That was in the beginning. What else was there? Runes. You got your shit stolen by a clan in level 10 wilderness in RuneScape. They did some sort of trick. What else was there? See, like 2 minutes left. Anything more? Any other valuable insights? You should do the Dragon Ball Z joke where you do the Goku puts his hands in the air. He says, "Give me your ideas." You should have done that one. You didn't do that one yet. Would you need to get a Goku orange thing? I'm not paying for that. That's a fucking piece of shit. Gi? Is it a gi? It's called an idea bomb. It's not a spirit bomb. It's an idea bomb. Yeah, that was the purpose of the joke. I think the only way to destroy the AI is for all the humans to give me all your ideas. And he has to throw the idea bomb, spirit bomb, at the AI. It's pretty stupid. It's not really. Is that a computer screen? Sorry, I see computer screen. Is that a lot of computer screens? Is that guy have, or is that TVs? Stop peeping, you peeper. I saw a computer screen. There's a computer screen. Computer screens. Might have been a TV screen. I don't know. Pizza, sausage, bacon, oven. I think that's the end, right? You got like a minute, 30 seconds, a minute. You had a whole rant about Burger King and McDonald's and how they're different. Something like that, right? Probably. And I like the Chinese joke, the joke about the UAVs, and they come in and they just kill 5%, 1%, and they use that's why they're building all that shit in Virginia, man. They're mapping it all out, man. They're mapping out the structures. And do you lift, bro? 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 The communism one, I don't think that's right. You'd have to write it out a little better if you're gonna try that one. Yeah.